Very peaceful. It does. So, people have tried excessive eating, intoxicants, excessive indulgence in pleasures. With all these things, they have tried to create some kind of peacefulness within themselves. You thought you got there, but next moment you know you're not there. Any number of times it's deceived you, isn't it? Yes? One Saturday evening, your whole family met, all of you had a wonderful dinner, you thought this is the height of the world. Everything is so wonderful, magical. Tomorrow morning you see, not because there is something wrong with your family. It is just that with limited entity, you're trying to create an unlimited space. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work. Nothing wrong, it's just that it doesn't work. There are lots of great things in the world which don't work. I'm not interested in them, that's all. You interested in great things? Are you interested in great things? Oh, thank you. I'm not interested in great things, I'm only interested in things that work. I don't want to… There are lots of great things, people claim they're great things, but they don't work, they have not worked for anybody. They're great things because somebody says so. They're great things because somebody thinks too much of himself and whatever he says or does must be great things, but they don't work. We are looking for something that works. If you are determining the course of your experience right now, 100%, you're beginning to, the legs are bloody, legs are aching like crazy, but still, it's beginning to work. If you are determining the nature of your experience right now, 100%, let's say, we'll assume that, if you are, then would somebody have to tell you, please create a pleasant experience? Would somebody have to tell you? No. So somebody telling you be loving, be blissful is all bullshit. Yes or no? Because nobody needs to tell you, be pleasant. The problem is you're not able to determine the nature of your experience, isn't it? Yes? The problem is you're unable to determine the nature of your experience for whatever reasons. If you could determine the nature of your experience, nobody has to tell you, be blissful, be loving, be happy, be this. This is all coming from, patchy ideas about life. You see somebody fighting, you say be loving. You see somebody unhappy, you say blissful. It's most insulting. When somebody is in a great state of unhappiness, going and telling be blissful is most insulting, isn't it? No? But these are all the great teachings on this planet, which have been on for centuries. These are all great things that have never worked. So, we are only seeing how to determine the nature of your experience. If you take charge of what causes experience within you, if you are in charge of that, I'm 100% sure you will make it very pleasant for yourself. And I'm also sure, If you are feeling very pleasant within yourself, you would be naturally pleasant to everybody around yourself. Unfortunately, people have taken it upon themselves to confuse the humanity so badly about their own nature. See, it's very simple, it doesn't take any damn scripture or a guru to tell you this. It's very simple. Whatever the nature of your experience, it's happening within you. Is it so? You don't need some great yoga or a scripture or a guru or a stone that falls from heaven to tell you this. If the nature of your experience, whatever is the nature of your experience, whether it's fear, anger, love, hatred, ecstasy, agony, everything is happening from within you, it would be very natural for human beings to look and see how to make it into a most pleasant experience, isn't it? If you had not freaked them, God loves you from up there. If you had not exported love to heaven, lot of human beings would have been very loving human beings. But now we have exported it out there, you have to import it. For importing it, you need permit. And there are agents here who don't give those permits so easily. It's not coming across because all the love has gone to heaven. How to get it now? Here there's a priest standing here with a permit. He won't give it to you. Whether you want to experience blissfulness, whether you want to experience love, whether you want to experience ecstasy, whatever states of pleasantness human beings have known have come from within them. Is that so? So, there is no need to apply for any permit from anywhere. You just have to become willing to explore what this is, to bring this to the most pleasant state. Not because it's a virtue. Love is not a virtue. Bliss is not a virtue. Not a virtue. It's just that is the way you long to be, isn't it? It is not that if you're loving, you'll go to heaven. It is not that if you're ecstatic, you'll go to heaven. It is just that if you're loving and ecstatic, you don't need a damn heaven.
One check. Hello.
People who've made a hell out of themselves want to go to heaven.
1, 2.
People who've made a heaven out of themselves, where do they want to go?
Test.
Wherever the hell they go, they don't care. So, it's very, very important. If you want to ensure… Is the volume correct? If you want to ensure that the sounds that this one produces, if you know about this whole mechanism, the better sound you produce, isn't it so? Engineer, then you make this the way you want. That's all it takes. It doesn't need anything. It is just that because it's in a different direction than the way you're constantly looking through your sense perception, you need help, maybe.
Test 1, 2.
Not necessarily,
Hello,
but
check.
generally, yes.
Check.
You need a certain amount of help.
Yeah. Check,
But
test
that's
1,
all.
2.
Grace is just that help, that it creates a conducive atmosphere to slip in. If any machinery has to perform well, you know, people have started using these words everywhere these days. You need lubricants, some lubricant. Try to… whatever the great car you have, try to run it without oil, not 10 minutes, it'll be ruined, isn't it? It's the lubricant which is keeping it going. all this great machinery, without that little bit of that thin film of lubricant, it's all destroyed in no time. Grace is just that little lubricant so that things happen smoothly. Now they've started calling it liquid engineering. Everybody started doing it. It's appropriate. Takes liquid engineering. So, this takes little engineering. Grace is just a lubricant. Without the lubricant, if you try to work, the friction, just the friction of life has destroyed too many human beings, isn't it? Yes? Nothing big they did. All they did was simple things. They were born which was not their doing, they didn't do such a big thing. That just happened. They just want to eat well, sleep well, fulfill their basic needs. This is all they want to do. In the process of doing this, how many human beings are broken and bitter and destroyed? Because
Good morning. My friends, we have gathered here today for the inaugural session of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's Global Summit on Science and Spirituality for the World Peace. It's really important for us to understand the importance of this subject in today's scenario, wherein every day in the newspapers that we keep on reading the news of bloodshed, massacre, violence, and terrorism. What exactly is the role a student, a teacher can play to bring this world to an harmony? Today, we will begin our journey, the discussion, to understand what role science and spirituality can play for world peace. My friends, in some time from now, maybe in few minutes, we are going to begin with the inaugural session of this particular global summit. Of course, there are few instructions that I have to share with you. Last evening, a very bad picture that came in front of us, and which was the litter. Students, those who had food packets, those who enjoyed food packets, with food, without food, the packets were just lying in the pandal, people were stepping on that food. It was a really annoying scene. It's a sincere request to all the student friends. We are responsible citizens of our nations. We are a student of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, and I'm expecting that particular amount of responsibility from each one of you. So it's a sincere request. Today onwards, we will not litter this pandal at all. You're supposed to carry all the food packets, whatever is left with you, whatever litter you have, with you outside this pandal and throw it in a proper dustbin. It's a sincere request, and I hope you all would follow. Once again, let me share with you that we have very special initiatives for all the students. For all these 3 sessions, for all 3 days which started yesterday, we are running a competition, and I'm sure you all would be aware of that. This competition is happening on social media platforms of Twitter and Facebook. Let me remind all of you once again that our Facebook page is called MIT World Peace University, and our Twitter handle is called as @MITWPU. So you can find us on Twitter at MITWPU, and with the hashtag of #MITWPU, we can all post, we can all invite other student friends colleagues of yours on these platforms. And a very important news, my friends, in all these 4 categories wherein the prices are there for maximum retweets, maximum invites, best selfie, and best video. I repeat, maximum retweets, maximum invites, best tweet, and best video bite. And of course, all these categories are working on Facebook and Twitter on both the platforms. And the top 2 winners in these categories, I repeat, the top 2 winners in these categories would be given a Lenovo tablet. So of course, you all should participate in this particular contest and of course try and win prizes. MIT World Peace University is pleased to announce that we have made available HP ProBook 440 i5 G4 laptop, which is a 7th generation processor, at a very concessional price of rupees 45,000 only, wherein the market price of this machine is 63,000 rupees. We have made this machine available exclusively for you. If you're really interested in purchasing this, you're requested to contact your head of the departments. I request all the student friends, those who are still walking in, to settle down as quickly as possible. We are going to begin this inaugural session any minute now. All the guests have arrived behind the pendal. They're waiting for our go-ahead to come inside the pendal. So I would request all the student friends, those who are still walking in, to settle down as quickly as possible. All the teaching staff is requested to acquire the chairs in the front. Give preference to students in the student section. Of course, you can wait back to have decorum. To maintain the decorum among the students, few teachers can stay back in the student area, but rest of you are requested to kindly come forward and give preference to students in the student area. My friends, we are expected to receive the guests absolutely any minute from now. I request everyone to settle down quickly and maintain the decorum of this particular ceremony. Please settle down. It's a very bad scene from here that we still see students standing. The guests are arriving into the pendal. The guests are coming. I request everyone to settle down. And we are going to begin with the inaugural ceremony of the Global Summit on Science and Spirituality for the World Peace. The dignitaries are arriving into the Pendal. I would request each one of you to give a big round of applause for all the dignitaries. A big round of applause, my friends. The applause should continue as the dignitaries are arriving into the Pendal. Honorable Sri G. Madhavan Nair, Dr. Michael Noble, Dr. Chandrakant Pandav, Dr. Stephen Morgan, Dr. Firoz Ahmed Bak, Dr. Dennis E. Hofflin, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, Sri Rahul V. Karad sir, Dr. Jai P. Gore, and the student leaders are arriving into this Pendal. A big round of applause once again, my friends. A very good morning to one and all, and we are receiving the guests on respected dais for the inaugural session of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's Global Summit on Science and Spirituality for the World Peace. It's really our honor and privilege to have all these guests today with us. A very good morning to one and all. It's my privilege and honor to receive all these guests here on dais today. I, Professor Gautam Bapat, welcome each one of them on behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University. And my student friends, which is the most important part of this global summit on science and spirituality for the world peace. It's really important for us to understand why exactly Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University is conducting or hosting this global summit on science and spirituality for the world peace. What exactly is peace? How important it is today in the context of the entire world. Every day in the morning, we rise in our beds and with the hope that we will have a good day in our lives. We sit with a relaxed mind and open newspapers. And what we see in newspapers from the front page itself are the news of violence, bloodshed, massacre, and terrorism. In spite of world that has advanced into the age of technology, where we are talking about Internet of Things and advanced technologies, still we are missing on something, and because of which we are failing to bring the peace to mankind. This endeavor today is to understand and try to find what is the role science and spirituality can play in bringing the world peace. Let's be a part of this summit for today and tomorrow and try to understand from each session of it what all the dignitaries are sharing from this particular August stage. What is the role that you as a student, me as a teacher, and we all as humans can play to bring world peace? To start this journey, I would request each one of you to rise in your seats for the world peace prayer. I request each one of you to rise in your seats, fold your hands, close your eyes and wholeheartedly participate in the World Peace Prayer, which does not talk about any caste, any creed, any religion, but it's exclusively for world peace.
नमो दीयाद्या वेद प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातुति गणेषु सकलार्थमतिप्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारि गोदी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुसाक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you. When we talk about peace, unfortunately, there is no one answer for bringing peace. What exactly is peace? Where it starts? Where it ends? What exactly we have to do to bring peace to humanity? All these questions are so big. The answers are unknown. Unfortunately, there is no one theory that if we follow it, we will have the peace. So we'll have to keep on trying at all levels to bring the harmony and the sense of peace. We have to work maybe at multiple levels. I would say we'll have to bring peace at individual level, then we'll have to take it little forward and look for domestic peace. We'll have to take it little further and take it to the level of societal peace. Once we achieve it, we might have to take it to the level of national peace, and probably then we might think about bringing in the global peace. But what exactly are the steps that we'll have to take to bring in all these changes? Probably, my friends, we'll have to work at every level. MIT Group of Institutions is instrumental in bringing changes or trying to instigate change at every possible stage, I would say. And that's the reason MIT Group of Institutions has given birth to many such initiatives which try to help, try to understand the possible process of bringing in world peace. One of such initiatives is trying to remove or trying to bring in the students or the young generation of our nation closer to the world of politics. Because politics is such an area that if takes the decisive role, can definitely play a big role in bringing in peace. So in order to minimize the gap between the younger generation of the nation and the world of politics, Professor Sri Rahul V. Karatsa came up with a concept that is trying to bridge this particular gap for last several years. Indian Student Parliament is an initiative in the same accord. I would request, before I say any further, I would request my technical team to kindly relay a small film on Indian Student Parliament. Well, I suppose there is some technical difficulty. Of course, we'll get it back with the film of Indian Students' Parliaments.
आओ अब कुछ बात करेंगे, मिलजुल कर अब काम करेंगे। आओ अब कुछ बात करेंगे, मिलजुल कर अब काम।
Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad is a platform which is like a breeding ground for the future politicians of India.
We can be lovable girlfriends and boyfriends. We can be outstanding general secretaries of our colleges. Then why not a responsible, willing, and a politics-friendly citizen of this nation?
It is essential for the youth to understand and accept the significance of these diverse cultures, as it enables them to develop positive attitude.
The objective of BCS is to sensitize the youth towards the ideals of democracy and political process by exposing them to all views and opinions so as to ease themselves into the political mainstream.
Who follow the principles of work with integrity and succeed with integrity.
We should use our intelligence, our common sense, and with sense of responsibility.
मुझे खुशी है कि आज पूरे देश विभिन्न कन्याकुमारी से लेकर जम्मू कश्मीर तक हजारों के तादाद के अंदर युवा यहाँ पर इकट्ठे हुए हैं जाके एक आशा के साथ, एक विश्वास के साथ।
Great honor to be here speaking at this Indian Students' Parliament.
Youth is the one who is going to be the future tomorrow, and for the country's prosperity and development, it is necessary that we also work in politics.
Push for progress, mobilize for change, advocate for what you know.
I am very honored and I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to talk to India's up-and-coming leaders.
I would like to congratulate you on your considerable enthusiasm in participating in this magnificent event that gathers young people from all corners of India, the world's largest democracy. Youth participation in politics and in parliament is a must. It is a must for democracy and a must for efficient policy making.
I'm very impressed by the way the whole thing has been organized.
Dear students, I'm delighted to address young people and students on the occasion of Indian Student Parliament.
Today, youth are the solution to these challenges. We need you to act as a global citizens.
We welcome your efforts to train and encourage active participation in democratic processes by the youth of India, the world's largest democracy.
It is a real pleasure to address you at the conclusion of the 7th Indian Student Parliament. I most heartedly commend you all for taking part. Such participation and readiness to learn more about how you can offer your talents for the common good and in service of your fellow citizens shows a laudable spirit of public service.
We have much in common, and we in the UK have much to learn from you as student leaders in India, where the Indian Student Parliament represents an incredibly exciting movement for change.
It is said that politics without principles, business without ethics, and education without aim is like a country without its youth.
इंसान कौन है? इंसान वो है जो अपने लिए उपयोगी है, जो समाज राष्ट्र के लिए उपयोगी है और पूरी दुनिया के लिए उपयोगी है। वो इंसान है।
मिट्टी में मिला दे मैं जुदा हो नहीं सकता, अब इससे ज्यादा मैं तेरा हो नहीं सकता। बस तू मेरी आवाज से आवाज मिला दे, फिर देख के इस देश में क्या हो नहीं सकता।
आपके लक्ष्य थे, अगर लक्ष्य है तो मंजिल भी है, और अगर मंजिल भी है तो रास्ते भी हैं, और अगर रास्ते हैं तो रुकावटें भी हैं,
और रुकावटें हैं तो हौसले भी हैं, और अगर हौसले हैं तो जीत आपकी है साहब, जीत आपकी।
और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, महाराष्ट्र के अंदर जो रिजोल्यूशन आप पास करेंगे उसके ऊपर महाराष्ट्र की सरकार निश्चित रूप से कार्य करेगी।
How to shape the politics, how to improve the politics, how to bring good leadership in politics is very, very important. I'm telling you, your future will depend on politics again.
और मेरे बेटा बेटियों, आज इस छात्र संसद के डाइस पे खड़े रह के शिवराज सिंह चौहान ये घोषणा करता है कि भौतिकता की अग्नि में दग्ध विश्व मानवता को शाश्वत शांति के पथ का दिग्दर्शन अगर कोई कराएगा तो हमारा भारत कराएगा, ये भारत भूमि कराएगी, इस देश के विचार कराएंगे।
The aims and objectives of our independence struggles are not known. I would request them to try to know all these details. Otherwise, the way Mr. Rahul has been putting pressure and emphasizing learned boys and girls should join in the politics, advance our country, and place India in the front line of the world.
We are proud of this kind of unique and colorful union.
हमारी एकता कैसे आगे बढ़े, नौजवानों इसे आपको सोचना है।
Providing an opportunity like this on the name of Bharatiya Chhatra Samsad for thousands of people all over the country to come here for this conclave.
One thing really worries me is the distance, growing distance between urban and rural.
There is no force on earth mightier than an idea whose time has come.
जिनमें सोच है, हिम्मत है आगे बढ़ने की और सही रास्ता पकड़ने की।
Perhaps students in one forum like this from every part of the country, I commend each one of you for taking your time.
This experiment of holding student parliament is unique in nature. It is not an ordinary experiment, it's a cause for national unity.
BCS also aims to provide a feedback to the government in order to help it formulate policies for the youth and other sectors.
अगर आज भारतीय छात्र संसद ने इतना बड़ा प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज किया अगर आपके लिए, हमारे देश के यूथ के लिए, तो उसका पूरी तरीके से उठाइए फायदा आप।
भारत माता की वंदे वंदे इंकलाब।
A big round of applause for the concept of Indian Student Parliament. And in the beginning, it was just an event. But my student friends, Over the period of time, Indian Student Parliament is now proving to be a movement which is spreading its wing to the worldwide. And now, to begin this inaugural session, before we do the beginning of this inaugural session, I would request each one of you to rise in your seats for the national song.
Vande Mataram, Vande
Thank you. I would now request the convener of the Global Summit on Science and Spirituality for the World Peace and the Executive President of MIT World Peace University, Pune, India, Shri Rahul V. Karadsa, to kindly give away the welcome address.
Janani Janmabhumisha Swargadapi Gariyasi. Behalf of the bodies of trustees and the governing council of this very important institution and Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, our beloved founder, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir. Behalf of him, let me welcome the chief guest of today's function, Honorable Madhav Nair Sahab, Padma Vibhushan, former chairman for Indian Space Research Organization. This is his second visit or second time he's participating in this very institution, one of the very important program of this very important Global Peace Summit on Science and Spirituality. Thank you, sir, for your time today. We welcome you from our bottom of hearts. Please give a round of applause. The man who, in the space research, we know his contribution. We have today Honorable Michael Nobel, who is another very important guest here, who is from the Nobel Peace Award. We all know in the world the Nobel Peace Prize, who is also here, the expert in energy issues, the founder of Nobel Sustainability Trust, former chairman. Michael Nobel Saab, I welcome you also. May I request Michael Nobel Saab to just please give a round of applause. The Nobel Peace Prize, he is on the board of the Nobel Peace Prize. Thank you so much for your time. Dr. Chandrakant Pandav, a well-known scientist and our vice president of the institution, the man, the iodized salt. We all know the iodized salt. He is the man who basically contributed for the medical research. We have Stephen Morgan, the president for the Westminster College. Stephen Morgan, sir, can you just, he is also here with us. We have Firoz Ahmed Bakht, who is an eminent journalist and columnist from Delhi. He is also here, a well-known scholar, thinker. Dr. Dense Hoftlen, the president of Salt Lake Community College. Madam, thank you so much for your presence here. We have Professor Jay Gore, who is very much a part of the organization, our advisor here. And all the students sitting on the dais, Professor Sharachandra Darade Patil and Haribhai Shah, and all the respected people sitting in the front row, as well as all my dear students of various branches of this MIT World Peace University. I welcome all of you from my bottom of heart. I must make a mention that yesterday there was Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He was here and he inaugurated this very prestigious, the first Peace University of India, MIT World Peace University. And what a good fortune that, you know, with this very inauguration ceremony of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, we thought of organizing this peace conference on science and spirituality. And I must share all my students the purpose of this conference, because you are a part of this organization. There are some second year, third year, postgraduate level, undergraduate level, all kind of students are sitting here. And yesterday, Honorable Chief Minister also said that this is the first such institution, because Dr. Karad sir was pursuing with the government, central government and this government also, that country should have one peace university. You know, worldwide, there in abroad, Costa Rica and various places, there are some peace universities working very beautifully. But I think India is a country who has always given a message of science and spirituality to the whole world. But how come we do not have a single university? And with this spirit, I think the World Peace Center is working since 1996. You know, and this institution has always said that science and spirituality, the Swami Vivekananda long back what he said, and who was the ideal of Dr. Karad sir from his childhood. And that is the spirit of this organization, my dear students, and we all must understand. Yesterday also I said in my speech, all the respected people sitting on the dais, Madhav Nair Sahab, you are a well-known scientist. Why science and spirituality? The quest, Dr. Karad sir always believed that, you know, my professionals, my graduates, as they pass out, they are different people. They are contributors for the society. We all know, my dear students, that Bin Laden was also an engineer, but a destructive mindset. How do we develop a constructive people for the society? That was a quest from Dr. Karad sir. What is the ultimate aim of education? We all must understand, my dear students. We expect, you know, some of the institutions, I don't want to take the name, but some of the very premium institutions, the students, he passes out, and the father of that student, he says, Mr. Karad, I'm disappointed, my students, he passed out, but he became so self-centered, and I don't know, he's so ignorant, I don't understand what. He is getting a wonderful salary package, he is getting wonderful, you know, all those supports from their company and whatnot, but I think the human element. So this organization has always propagated, last 35 years, almost 4 decades, we are propagating this thought process of science and spirituality. In the human dynamics, we have developed a very wonderful syllabus for our students in various branches. And yesterday the freshmen, the first year students were here. And I know that today also there are few of them are sitting here, but particularly the previous Pune University students, I must tell you that this institution has always created a benchmark for other colleges to follow. I was sharing with all the guests here that what way this institution is different, why this MIT World Peace University, and what a good fortune that tomorrow, you know, Mr. Ashok Joshi, who is a dear friend of Dr. Karad sir, and you know, sometime before you can see the very wonderful photo here, Honorable, you know, Todd Christopher Sanji, he is the Mormon community chief. You know, what he has created in his lifetime is a great achievement, and tomorrow he is going to be here. We are going to confer this award, you know, in the valedictory program, you know, which is this was the main ceremony, and we thought of the coincidence that with the World Peace inauguration yesterday, we thought of organizing this very important World Peace Conference today for the science and spirituality, my dear students. We expect, 2 long days now. Today, this is the inauguration session by the hands of the most respected scientist of India. He will share his mind that why he as an engineer, he as a researcher, he as an educator, why he believes science and spirituality. Most of them are from engineering and management and various disciplines. So I want all the students to really engage themselves, because this center, how it has evolved, it is not just these days peace has become a fashion also. You know, some people just in some of the 5-star hotels, there are big conferences, you know, people have their own thought processes, you know, but this is not something, but at the education level, we are the first one, my dear students, who are talking like this. At the professional, at the undergraduate level, postgraduate level, that union of science and spirituality alone can bring peace to the mankind. So this spirit, we all expect, we all trustees and our founder, we all expect that you all should understand. With that spirit, this conference we thought of organizing today, and this is the first such beginning, very historic day today. I must say that this conference is evolving. Before also, this very World Peace Center and MIT group of institutions organized various conferences, interreligious, interfaith dialogues, and so many things, because I must tell you a little small story that in the village some 50 years before, there was a Razakar who was one Muslim, very terrorist. He was a very cruel man, and he basically killed some of the Hindus, and later on, some of the Hindus came, to kill the Muslims in my village where Dr. Karad sir born. He has come from a small family. And trust me, my dear students, that time my grandfather, Dr. Karad sir's father, he was there and he protected he said that they are our brothers and nobody will touch them, and some 100 such Muslims were in my house, and this is a very old story I'm sharing with all of you, and that's how today this is the culmination, this very thought process of MIT World Peace University. So that kind of sanskar, that kind of values, my grandfather gave it to my father, and that's how this MIT World Peace University, I think, has taken the birth. Thanks to the Maharashtra government, Honorable Chief Minister, and even our Education Minister Vinod Tawde, and all the government officials. They supported this cause, and now finally India has got this first such university called MIT World Peace University, science, technology, research, social innovation, and to promote this very thought process. So without taking much time, this is just few words from my side, my dear students, that I expect you all to understand. There are going to be number of question answers. There are going to be various young people, all kind of people are going to talk from this podium, and they will share their experiences. We all know from Steve Jobs to various, some such photos are here. They all are very successful people, but they believe that what is the importance of spiritualization. And we expect, my dear students, that you tomorrow get your, some degree of engineering or management or medicine or a pharmacy or any degree for that matter, and you come up with that spirit, and you are a nation builder and the society and to create a great harmonious society and create and India from Swami Vivekananda from the ages, this message is propagated worldwide. We all know that. And we can be the torchbearer. Today also the West look to India with that spirit. So we all should sometime, with the point of development what we see in the West, we always get fascinated that West has done a great achievements, and we must take the great things from them, but we should not forget our roots. This very from the ancient time, this India has given a great message to worldwide, and we were one of the time most prosperous country. And what Swami Vivekananda said long back, that after 100 years, the India will again be the, one of the very important country, and that's how we are evolving, and we can see the respect what our graduates, our professionals in various parts of the world, they are gaining it. So we all must understand. So that is the spirit of this conference, my dear student, under the aegis of MIT World Peace University. So without taking much time, we have no words. Ashok Joshi sir, what a fantastic coincidence that Todd Christopher Sanji is going to come tomorrow, honorable Mormon community head, and along with him, around 50 people delegation have come all the way from United States. And definitely tomorrow will be a very grand ceremony, and I expect all of you to be very, very attentive tomorrow. And we are very curious to listen to these very respected people from the delegation from United States, Salt Lake City, and as well as Madhav Nair Sahab, Michael Nobel Sahab, and every one of you. And I give good luck and best wishes for next 2 days till tomorrow evening. I expect this kind of engagement from all of you, and I wish a success in your future. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I would now request Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir and Sri Rahul Karad sir to kindly felicitate and welcome the dignitaries on the dais today, starting with Honorable Sri G. Madhavan Nair sir, Padma Vibhushan and former chairman of Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO. A big round of applause for Honorable Sri G. Madhavan Nair sir. The applause should be bigger, my friends. All these important people have taken time out for our special session. I would request sir to now felicitate Dr. Michael Noble, entrepreneur, expert on energy issues, founder of Noble Sustainability Trust and former chairman of Noble Charitable Trust. A big round of applause for Dr. Michael Noble. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I would now request, sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. Chandrakant Pandav, the President of ICCIDD, Senior Scientist, AIMS and Advisor, WHO. A round of applause for Dr. Chandrakant Pandavji. Thank you, sir. I would now request, sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. Stephen Morgan, the President of Westminster College. A big round of applause for Dr. Stephen Morgan. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I would now request, sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. Firoz Ahmed Bakht, the eminent journalist and columnist. A big round of applause for Dr. Firoz Ahmed Bakht ji. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I would now request, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome Dr. Denise Hofflin, the President of Salt Lake Community College. A big round of applause for Dr. Denise Hofflin. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I would now request, sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. Richard R. Nielsen, the President and CEO of Utah Technology Council. A big round of applause for Dr. Richard R. Nielsen. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your presence here today. I would now request, sir, to kindly felicitate Shri Haribhai Shah. A big round of applause for Shri Haribhai Shah ji. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I would now request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for the lighting of lamp, which will formally mark the inauguration of the first Global Summit on Science and Spirituality for World Peace. The lamp has been lit, and I would request all the dignitaries to kindly lit the lamp. A big round of applause as the inaugural lighting of lamp is happening, and which is marking the inauguration of the first Global Summit on Science and Spirituality for the World Peace. A bigger round of applause, my friends. The applause should continue. We are present here in huge number. The applause should be audible. Thank you. Dr. Denise Hofflin is lighting the lamp. Thank you very much. The student leaders are also participating. As I said, my friends, it's really difficult to understand a process for achieving the peace. It's really important that we keep on trying in every possible way that would probably lead us to achieve our ultimate goal of peace. In order to understand in more details that what exactly this Global Summit on Science and Spirituality for World Peace is trying to achieve, I would request my technical team to kindly relay the theme film on Global Summit.
In today's world, the relationship between science and spirituality ranges from hostility to peaceful coexistence. However, it is believed that there is no union of the two because science and spirituality are being treated as two very different worldviews that resist integration. Is this a true or false binary? Is it possible to go beyond conflict to coexistence framework and find a total integration? Can we have a synthesis of science and spirituality wherein the two merge into a unified worldview? Indeed, we can. Science and spirituality are not antitheses. They are two wheels of the same card, or they are the two faces of the same coin. Science deals with physique and spirituality deals with the spirit. One deals with the material world and the other with the world beyond material. One deals with the visible and the other with the invisible. In the same way, one deals with the outer and the other deals within the inner. One is knowledge and the other is wisdom. Philosophers and saints like Sant Jnaneshwar, Swami Vivekanand, Mahatma Gandhi, as well as great scientists like Albert Einstein and statesmen like Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam believed in the right coordination of the two of the perpetual peace. The holy synthesis of the two brings in the holistic approach that is essential for the peace and progress. Science is lame without spirituality. Real progress or success or peace or moksha or development or civilization or reformation is possible when science and spirituality go hand in hand. The world has been facing deep-rooted problems of violence, poverty, and exploitation of people, as well as natural resources due to imbalance of science and spirituality. This is nothing but an imbalance of knowledge and wisdom. The imbalance is due to the lack of self-introspection. The progress in science and technology has produced tremendous material progress without knowing the jeopardy of the sins of consumerism. One is expected to weigh the pros and cons without selfish motive, and one should look for the welfare of all. One must also keep in mind that whatever glitters is not gold. The goal of union of science and spirituality is to attain moksha or salvation, or to lead a perfect life in which one is expected to see God face to face. Let us ponder on these aspects in this global summit on science and spirituality for world peace. Let us contemplate on how the confluence of the two contribute to the welfare of the society in which everyone lives peacefully and happily.
Thank you. I would now request the President of ICCID and Senior Scientist of AIMS and Advisor to WHO, Dr. Chandrakant Pandavji, to kindly give away the opening remarks.
Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, Pune, world's first university for life transformation. Dr. Madhavan Nair, distinguished luminaries on the dais, and my student delegate friends. First of all, I would like to begin by giving my humble salutations, deep reverence, respect, and heartfelt appreciation to Dr. Vishwanath Karad for enabling the creation of this campus. His commitment, his compassion, his conversational skills, his clarity, and his coordination ability to put the stones and bones together in spite of groans and moans is extremely remarkable, sir. So deep appreciation for that. We all come from a culture where if you want to make a point, we tell a story. So let me make my point by a quote of Swami Vivekananda, which is at the backdrop of the curtain: union of science and spirituality alone will bring peace to mankind. So this is the point I want to make in my brief presentation. I'm going to give a perspective, since by profession I'm a medical doctor, a physician's perspective to my presentation. I will start with a very basic but equally complex question. Who am I? Well, scientifically, I'm a human being. But if you take a microscope and look at any part of me, you see cells. Can you guess how many? Human beings have 50 trillion cells. That is 50 followed by 12 zeros. If you look at further at a single cell, it has 20 trillion atoms. So our whole body has around 1,000 trillion atoms. That is 1,000 followed by 24 zeros. To put into this perspective, Dr. Madhavan Nair, sir, please correct me. To put this into perspective, it is around 300 times more than total number of stars in the universe. Those are the number of atoms we have in a human body. 1,000 trillion. And what are they doing? They all are there doing a magic dance to make our body work. But when you look at these atoms closely, they fade away. And what do you see? All you see is energy. Our human body is 99.9999% empty space. If you remove that empty space, all 7 billion individuals on this planet Earth can be compressed, guess, into a size of a sugar cube, which I've been carrying since morning. That's how small we are. Now, with the help of science, we have established that we are actually energy disguised in human form. I learned from Dr. Karad about the thermodynamics' first law of conservation of energy. Energy can be neither created nor destroyed. It can be only transferred. So basically, all of us sitting in this dais, the plants and the animals, is energy in different transferred form. But human beings possess something which no other animal on the planet have. They have an extraordinary brain. Let me ask you a question. How many of you think about what you're going to do next day before going to sleep? In fact, what you are doing is creating an alternate reality, a future which has not happened. Similarly, when we think of past too, what could have been done? This is the problem with our brain. We have no control over it. All these alternate realities ultimately transform into goals and regrets, which are the source of our sufferings. The Vedic scriptures and the scriptures of all great religions of the world say that human life is meant for achieving not material enjoyment, but spiritual fulfillment. The Vedic scriptures further explain that human body is a precious vehicle that the soul gets after transmigrating through 8.4 million species. In all subhuman bodies, the soul has access only to material pleasure. Through fulfilling the bodily demands of eating, sleeping, mating, and defending. Because we almost everyone around us see pursuing material goals, sex, wealth, luxuries, prestige, power, fame, we assume that such pursuits to be the natural purpose of life. But as the saying goes, do not think you are on the right road just because it's well traveled. The more modern society neglects or rejects spiritual growth, the more trouble the self gets into it. This is evident from our spiraling mental health problems worldwide. How can we end this suffering? Answer is very simple, by spiritual experience. What is spiritual experience? Spiritual experience is an experience of aliveness of mind and body as a unity. It is this spiritual experience which leads to inner peace, and you stop caring and what is going around you. Imagine if all 7 billion people of the world start experiencing it. Science is not only compatible with spirituality, it is a profound source of spirituality. When we recognize our place in a grandiosity of light years and in the passage of ages. When we grasp the intricacy and beauty of life, then that feeling, that sense of elation and humility combined is surely spiritual and will lead to inner peace. I would like to end with a shlok. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Nirmaya, Sarve Bhadrani Upasayantu, Ma Kashit Dukha Bhaga Bhavet, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May all be prosperous and happy. May all be free from illness. May all see what is spiritually uplifting. May no one suffer. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. My younger colleagues, journey of education and life transformation, whom is it for? It's for you. When? It's now. And where? Here at Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Sri Chandrakant Pandavji. My friends, it is said that as a person starts gaining knowledge, he reaches to such a level that he himself will never say what kind of success he has achieved. And here is the person with us, Dr. Chandrakant Pandavji, who did his neurological surgeries for 2.5 years approximately. But then he realized that his birth was not for merely earning money. Believe me, my friends, he stopped doing practice and devoted himself for the research and well-being of humanity. He is the person who contributed in invention of iodized salt. He's the person who has 2 PhDs, and he is the person who at the age of 28 became the member of World Health Organization. Once again, a big round of applause for Dr. Chandrakant Pandavji. Thank you very much, sir. And it's time that we understand from our youth that what are their views on science and spirituality for the world peace. I would first request Sarah Abbott from the Westminster College to share her thoughts. Please welcome with a round of applause, Sarah Abbott.
Good morning. I'm just going to talk a little bit about myself. So my name is Sarah Abbott. I am going to Westminster College in Salt Lake City, Utah. I am 21 years old and a part of the nursing program. And I'll be graduating this coming spring of 2018 with my Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. And my goal in nursing is to become a family nurse practitioner. So I'd like to just share some of my thoughts about the concept of this conference, Science and Spirituality for Peace. And by doing so, share how my experience the past 5 weeks that I've been here in India has molded my thoughts about this concept. So before coming to India, I hadn't put much thought into the concept of spirituality. If you were to ask me beforehand if spirituality played a part in my life, I probably would have said no. As a nursing student and an avid outdoor recreator, I put a high value on science, research, and evidence-based practice. Therefore, I would say in my experience, the two concepts has functioned mutually exclusive of one another. However, since spending the last 5 weeks here in India, traveling and experiencing the rich culture this country has to offer, my perspective has been altered on this concept. A couple of evenings ago, half of my classmates and I were able to sit in on a women's book club in a library in Hawaii, and the focus of that discussion was rural literature. A quote that resonated with me during that session was this: "Spiritual life is related to everyday life here in India." During my time here, I've been able to witness that strong force spirituality indeed plays in everyday life here in India, but while also simultaneously not functioning exclusive of science either. I've been able to see the two in action while walking through the Amber Fort in Jaipur and the Taj Mahal in Agra, and seeing the interweavings of architecture, mathematics, art, and religion. I've been able to experience medicine and technology firsthand when I got admitted to a private hospital in Delhi for the night due to an unfortunate case of Delhi belly. And I've witnessed the two functioning peacefully together while walking around Dharavi slum in Mumbai, when one minute we were stopping on the road to check out a primary school that we just came across, and then the next having to scurry off the road to make way for a bunch of people walking down the road who were being called to prayer. So India undoubtedly has a strong spiritual influence, but the world of science also plays a vital role. Both are major factors in Indian society, culture, and everyday life. Experiencing and witnessing these two separate worlds interjoin peacefully in a variety of different ways has made me reflect and rethink on my own personal ideology on how science and spirituality interact and how they can interact peacefully. Through the many amazing people I've had the honor to meet and the unending hospitality I've been experienced while being here, my perspective on spirituality has changed. India has provided with me unforgettable personal connections and long-lasting friendships. Through these everlasting friendships and connections, I've been able to find my connection to spirituality and peace. To close, I'd like to leave you all with a quote by Gandhi: "Be the change you want to see in the world." Change doesn't have to be big or drastic. It can be small and personal. It can be as simple as getting out of your comfort zone, going to India, and having your perspective changed on something as simple as spirituality and science and how they can interact peacefully. So thank you for your time. Namaste.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Sarah Abbott. I would request Sri Rahul Karat sir to kindly felicitate the student of Westminster College, Sarah Abbott. A big round of applause once again for her. A big round of applause, my friends. Thank you. I would now request the student of MIP, Ms. Shraddha Haqqani, to express her views.
ओम नमो जियात्याय वेद प्रतिपाद्याय जय जय स्वसमविद्याय आत्मरूपा. Honorable Professor Dr. V.D. Karad sir, Professor Rahul Karad, respected dignitaries on the dais, and my dear friends. These two lines that I just recited from the Jnaneshwari are probably on the tip of the tongue of every student studying on the MIT campus, unaware and oblivious of the fact that if they actually understood these two sentences, they would learn more science than the entire course structure could teach them. Wait a minute, what did I say? Science. The Jnaneshwari teaches us science. Well, if these two sentences are well dissected, they tell us that matter and energy are nothing but the same. In short, E equals to mc square. When I got to know this from one of the speeches of our Honorable Professor Dr. V.D. Karad sir, I was shocked. And more than shocked, I was confused whether I should call him Saint Jnaneshwar or Dr. Jnaneshwar. For centuries together, mankind has lived a life thinking that science and spirituality are two opposite sides of a coin. But it's high time that this misconception withers away. Spirituality, in fact, is the mother of science. And there is evidence to spirituality too. The water experiment by Emoto in Japan is living evidence for the same. Intensive resources have been invested in the research of terminologies like the IQ, SQ, and EQ. And scientists have concluded that for a man to use his IQ well, he should have a balanced EQ as well as SQ, that is a spirituality quotient. Think of it this way. Science is a tool guided by the skillful hands of a sculptor called spirituality. And when they come together, they make a beautiful and harmonized sculpture called a peaceful world. However, any power, if misused, causes destruction. And same is the case with science and spirituality. A man with a very good scientific aptitude but no spiritual aptitude will use the nuclear power to make bombs, weapons, and mint money out of it. But a man with a good spiritual as well as scientific aptitude will use it to make atomic energy and provide electricity. In fact, science and spirituality teach us the very same thing, that despite all our differences, we're all the same, made of the same matter, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It is the union of the two, science and spirituality, that is our only and best hope for a brighter future. And I'm sure that this thought must have crossed all your minds at some point or the other. This conference today is a result of all these thoughts resonating. I thank MIT WPU for this opportunity that not only enlightens us, but also promises us a brighter future. I take this opportunity to thank each one of you for your valuable contributions in this noble initiative. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Shraddha Haqqani, the student of MIP. A round of applause once again for Shraddha. Thank you very much, Shraddha, for your thoughts. I would now request the student of Salt Lake Community College, Hawa Yarrow, to share her thoughts with us. A big round of applause for Hawa Yarrow.
Hello, my name is Hawa Yarrow. I'm a student at Salt Lake Community College. I'm here to, let me start out with letting you know a bit about myself. I am Native American. I'm from the tribe, the Navajo Nation, Diné. My clan is Tlash-E, and in my culture, there's no distinguished separation between science and spirituality. Everything is woven together in our culture and beliefs. For example, the stones that we have in my culture, specifically turquoise, they're both used not just for fashion, but for spiritual intentions like healing, protection, and various other reasons. Because I treasure it all the more, the stones aren't just for mining or for studying. They're treasured because of the culture that I preserve in them. Blissed, my mother gave me a pouch with substances inside, specifically corn powder, that are used in my blessings, in my prayers, and in my culture. In the pouch, blessed by the medicine man, they are used, I use it in a way that through various medication and studies throughout the culture of my people and the history, our own scientific endeavors resulted in just this little pouch with the corn powder inside that I use, put on my tongue, over my head in a blessing. Because that there's no separation between spirituality and science in my Native American culture, there's no misuse in the knowledge that we gain from it. There's no abuse to the nature, there's harmony in nature, which is very big in my culture. And any knowledge that we gain is used for the betterment of the people and our surroundings and the environment. Because of my studies in my culture, I have a greater appreciation for the nature that everything comes from. I have a greater appreciation for the animals and what they provide for my people and for everybody around us. There isn't any cruelty in anything that we do. From the grass, from the herbs that we collect, from the food that we get from nature, we give back. We don't just take and take, we give back to everything. This connection with nature that we have allows us to work in harmony with the animals and the living beings instead of just taking the nutrients and the nutrient and materials from the earth. There's a story my mother told me about a man who was so thirsty for the knowledge that he gained from the earth. From the herbs he took, he collected, he made medicines, he made ointments, he made drinks and medicine for everybody in his clan. And because he kept taking and taking in his thirst for knowledge, he didn't see the repercussions that it made in the environment around him. The plants, because of the lack of plants, the animals had nothing to eat. There was no meat afterwards, and because of that, there was nothing for his clan to eat. So to end this, my speech on a good note, in your thirst for knowledge, in your thirst for knowing and studying, don't forget about giving back to the world around you, to give back for all the knowledge you are getting, and to make sure to preserve this earth and everything in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Hawa Aero. A round of applause, my friends.
I want all of you to give a standing ovation to these three students. They are of same age group, and we expect, sometimes we believe that the spiritual part, it comes after when you become old in life, after 50s or something like that. You know, and what they have expressed their mind, this deep thought process, and we expect, you know, we are just now, the thought came in my mind that today evening, 5 o'clock, there is one, group we want to make. Who are the youngsters who want to participate in this peace process, the science and spirituality, and with this like-minded group, this group can be the ambassador from this MIT World Peace University. So just thought came in my mind, and I shared with Gautam Bapat. But I think we must give a big round of applause. Thank you so much. They have done a wonderful, this first, next group also, they will be here. Thank you. Well done.
A big round of applause once again, my friends, for all the three student ambassadors. Thank you very much. And it's time for us to understand from the seniors that how exactly we should walk in future to achieve the science and we should use the tools of science and spirituality for the world peace. To begin with, I would request my technical team to relay a small film on President of Westminster College, Dr. Stephen Morgan.
Dr. Stephen R. Morgan became Westminster College's 18th president in July 2015. He has devoted more than 3 decades of service to Westminster in a variety of administrative roles, including Vice President for Institutional Advancement and Executive Vice President and Treasurer. He has advised 6 past presidents on almost every major campus decision since 1981. He has been instrumental in shaping Westminster into the institution it is today. Dr. Morgan is an active member of the Salt Lake community. He serves on the board of Pitney Bowes Bank, the Chamber of Commerce, Economic Development Corporation of Utah, and the Utah Campus Compact. Dr. Morgan earned a BA in accounting from the University of Utah and is a certified public accountant. An avid runner, he has completed 28 marathons and is a member of the St. George Marathon 20-year club after running the race for 20 consecutive years. We are privileged to welcome Dr. Stephen Morgan.
Big round of applause and welcome Honorable Dr. Stephen Morgan, the President of Westminster College.
Namaskar. Me troho tumola betuku anasala. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Karad and his wonderful invitation to be part of this marvelous conference and summit on global peace and on science and spirituality. I love our theme. When I asked God for peace, he showed me how to help others. That's one of the things I would like to talk a little bit about today. I'm going to use a few slides, if you could advance those slides. If you could go to the next slide. I come from a school in Salt Lake City, Utah. For many of you, you may not know where Salt Lake City is. It's in the Rocky Mountains. It's about 2 hours from San Francisco and about 4 hours from New York City. It's surrounded by mountains, and it's where it snows about 4 months out of the year. Next slide. Our school is a liberal arts college devoted to developing values and the whole person, besides giving students a professional career. Next slide. Our college is a smaller school founded in 1875 by Christian missionaries. For 100 years, it was a school that was religiously affiliated and then became an independent school. So today, we don't have any particular religion that is associated with us, but we value and appreciate all religions and believe in interfaith. We have around 2,800 students, 2,100 undergraduates, 500 graduate students, and 4 academic schools. About 15% of our students are from outside our country. In fact, this year we have 15 students from India. Last year, our #1 student who spoke at our commencement was from New Delhi, India. I didn't come alone. I came with students from Salt Lake Community College and Westminster College, and they're seated here in the front of our auditorium here. Would they please stand so that the guests here could see our students? At Westminster, as I mentioned, next slide, we have 4 academic programs. And we have an average class size of 16 with a 9-to-1 faculty-student ratio. 93% of our faculty have terminal degrees. Next slide. Westminster is a highly ranked college. And one of the recognitions we receive is one that I love, which is that we have students who want to make a difference in the world. And that's part of the reason why our students are here, is they want to make a difference in India. Next slide. The vision of our school is we believe in the power of learning and mentoring relationships that create truly a transformational student experience that leads to successful life for our students. Next slide. Our core values, as you read through our core values, you'll see that they align beautifully with the core values of MIT. Dr. Grod calls this developing a winning personality of the students. That students will be physically fit, mentally alert, intellectually sharp, and spiritually elevated so that they'll be able to contribute their might for the well-being of the global society. Next slide. Every one of our students, we hope, will achieve certain college-wide learning goals. Among them, you can see leadership and collaboration, creative and reflective capacities, critical thinking, writing and communication skills, and global consciousness, social responsibility, and ethical awareness. Again, you can see that from our school, these values and these learning goals align beautifully with what the goals are for MIT. One of the things that we believe strongly at Westminster is giving back, and that we learn by serving. Next slide. We have on our campus a center, and it's the next slide. We have on our at our college a Center for Civic Engagement or Service. It's called the Catherine Dumke Center for Civic Engagement. We ask all of our students to give back and to serve, to help one another. 70% of our students last year contributed to service, and last year our students donated 102,000 hours of service. Next slide. Since the founding of our center, we've had 13,000 students who've contributed over 500,000 hours of service. And because of it, we've been recognized as an institution on the President of the United States' honor roll for community engagement. One of the areas we work on in our college is in our own city. Next slide. In Salt Lake City, the poorest part of our city is called South Salt Lake. It's an economically disadvantaged area. It's an area where many refugees and many individuals from other countries come, and it's an area where most of our students dedicate their time. But it's the next slide. It's the partnership that we're here this week to celebrate, the one in India, that I'm most proud of. Since 2009, we've been bringing, along with Salt Lake Community College, 20 to 25 students here to India for them to experience India, but more importantly, not to just be tourists, but actually work in the schools up in the community of Y. And we have really two goals from this. One is to help Y achieve literacy, and by doing that, our students learn and we help the community. Next slide. The work in Y focuses on reading and in science projects. We've brought a microfinancing project here, and we've helped build a library. Yesterday, President Hufflin and I went to that library, and we were able to present the library with a check for some additional resources to help them add books and other resources. And it was fun to do it with our students. The role that we have in working with India, next slide, is that Westminster and India is a catalyst for creating global-minded leaders and developing sustainable partners based projects through the empowerment of students and communities. Next slide. I will tell you that our students have loved working and doing this project and being involved in Y. And here's a few of the testimonials that you may read that talks about what they take away from their experience here. And let me just wrap up, next slide, with a quote from somebody from the Baha'i faith who said, "Let your vision be world-embracing rather than confined to your own self." I think that it's through service that we find our spirituality. It's through helping one another that we find that inner peace that I think this conference is all about, is trying to find that intersection of inner peace and that oneness that we seek with God. So again, I'm thrilled and delighted to be part of this, to participate in the acquiring of knowledge that advances global peace. And thank you again for this wonderful invitation that I will never forget. Dhanyawad.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Dr. Stephen Morgan, the President of Westminster College. And before I welcome the next guest, I would request my technical team to kindly relay a film on the eminent journalist and columnist, Dr. Firoz Ahmed Bakht.
Shri Firoz Bakht Ahmed is a celebrated Urdu, Hindi and English columnist and a social activist. Being the grandnephew of India's towering freedom fighter and first education minister, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, he has carried on the legacy of education, interfaith concord and especially Hindu-Muslim unity through his popular columns. Mr. Bakht's emphasis has been on the uplift of the education of the poor Muslim children in madrasas. The Prime Minister of India appreciated his idea of Quran in one hand and computer in the other to uplift the educationally backward poor Muslim children. having completed his graduation and post-graduation in English literature from the University of Delhi. He has also been teaching the English language. He has also participated in TV matters relating to the restoration of monuments and resolution of controversies regarding Indian Muslims. He has written thousands of articles on a variety of topics including communal harmony, education, religion and human rights. We are honored to welcome Shri Firoz Bakht Ahmed.
Please put your hands together and welcome the eminent journalist and columnist, Dr. Firoz Ahmed Bakht.
Well, thank you very much, MIT, for that kindness, for making that film. To be very truthful, I did not deserve that. But thanks once again. Professor Dr. Vishwanath Dadaji Karad, Professor Rahul Karad, Dr. Stephen Morgan, Dr. Michael Nobel, Dr. Chandrakant Padam, Dr. Madhavan Nair, Dr. J.P. Gore, Dr. Denise Haftalin, Mrs. Shraddha Hakani, Sarah Abbott, Hawa Yarrow, Professor S.N. Pathan, my friend Shiraz Saab, students from Salt Lake, USA, also, last but not the least, my very dear students from MIT, all branches of MIT and Mair, my friends from the media, and ladies and gentlemen, I actually thought of speaking extempore rather than reading a piece on the students of MIT, Dr. Karar, and this very important Congress, this, World Congress for Global Peace, where, they have clubbed science and spirituality, and I would also say religion. Now, before I come down to my piece, let me heartily accept this, when I listened to Professor Rahul Karal and he spoke about the value system that he inherited from his father, Dr. Karal, and his grandfather, that really gladdened me. And this is what we teach students at a school, at any or every place, at our home also. I do not know how much they accept, how much they learn. Value system is very important. And that is what Dr. Karal and his family are living for. Well, I stand here before you to vouch, and students who are sitting far away, I wish they would have been somewhere in front. You are my clientele today. My focus is you people. So I stand here before you to vouch that this is going to be a historic occasion, maybe to be recorded in the textbooks for future. Ask me why. Well, students, the reason that this international conclave or summit is not going to be taken like any other mundane global summit anywhere in the world is that it is going to chart out a new direction for making this world a harmonious planet by way of clubbing science and spirituality positively. I would add religion also. Some people said that religion creates a lot of problem, but as Gandhiji said, that without religion, politics is a dirty game. Right. Anyway, I continue. I have a belief that a new world order will emanate out of it. You must have heard these words, world order, earlier. Well, this is not the new world order of any world leader or politician. This will be the world order for interfaith harmony, tranquility, concord, and love. From where? Yes, students, from MIT. Please say it loudly, MIT. Exactly. Thank you so much. However, let me begin by defining science. I actually learned science, but this is what science to me is. Science is actually, children, the first-hand knowledge of how life goes about. It is tabulated, it is in terms of, say, certain principles like the laws of motion, Archimedes' principle, Boyle's law, and many other laws. Something very interesting. This is out of context. It has nothing to do with this conference. I heard someone say, where science stops, spirituality begins. Someone said, where science stops, faith starts. Yet someone else said, where science ends, yoga begins. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not going to reflect on all these things. Now, spirituality. What is spirituality? I believe that all of you are far more spiritual than the person standing at the rostrum. According to my limited understanding of spirituality, it is the art of turning humans into perfect humans. Or in other words, in Urdu, transforming them into insaniyat ka shahkar. Insaniyat ka shahkar, children, means a perfect human. I am just referring to you. If some students are still busy in talking, they are having their gala time, well, go ahead, but just lend me your ears for some time. I am not going to take a lot of your time. How to go about this? Spirituality, science, clubbing them. It may be done by giving importance of feelings of equanimity. Equanimity means that we have to be innocuous, we do not harm anyone. Ecumenism, right? Equality, passion, positive passion, right? Compassion, transformation, mutual understanding, and respect for diversity, for different views, respect for those people's views who are different from others. This is what spirituality is. Now the question is where to attain this conglomeration, this perfect blend of science, spirituality, and I would add one more word, religion. Dr. Kalar. Anyway, again, I would say this will be at MIT. Just all those students who have taken admission at MIT, let me announce this, let me tell you this thing. You see, a testimony of magnificent wonder of MIT institutions is that bright and brilliant students from all the top-notch schools of India and even abroad, like Doon School, Modern School, Sanskriti School, St. Xavier's School, St. Columbus School, Scindia School, Mayo College, all the DPS schools, Weinberg Allen, Bishop Cotton, La March, it's a long list. You know, a lot of time will be taken. They form a beeline here at the time of admission at MIT. All of you know. You are very lucky to be here, and give a round of applause to yourselves to be here at MIT. And let me assure you, if you want to go to Harvard, don't go. Your Harvard is there in India, in Pune, which is the hub of education of this great nation, that is India. You are very lucky, I am telling you. You know, had I been a student, I would have loved to be a student of Dr. Karar here. Well, a couple of more things. I will not take much time. I am told that I should be precise. Question is, why in the Committee of Institutions Children, MIT occupies a privileged position? Well, the reason is its founder. Once again, I'll take his name with heartiest of regards and full name because of its founder. That is Professor Dr. Vishwanath Dadaji Karad, the man and the mission behind MAIR and MIT. Students, he is today's Madan Mohan Malviya and today's Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. A round of applause for Dr. Karal once again. He keeps on saying his favorite takiya kalam is, favorite quote is, ये सब अल्लाह ने हिदायत दी है. God has given me the instruction, which is very true. You see, at this level, he could have enjoyed life. He could have traveled all over the world, anywhere on the globe. But he has focused all his attention. He is spending whatever he has earned in the rightful direction. May God give him a long and healthy life. He is 75, and it is the same age, that is the number of institutions that he has put up. People like us, I am 50 plus, I have not even put up a brick, single brick, all these 50 years. See this man who has come up with so many institutions, marine engineering, architecture, management, whatnot, international school. I mean, it's a long list. I can't take all those 75 names of schools. And lastly, what I understood during my previous visits with Dr. Karar and the deliberations with him, he has a very wonderful philosophy of academics. What is this? Dr. Karad's academic philosophy is that there is no use studying science. He's a man of science. If there is no human touch, I think Shraddha Hakani also spoke about it, about human touch to science. He says that there is no use studying history unless we learn how terrible and hostile the wars were. Dr. Karal also believes that there is no use studying economics, right? If we are unable to help the poor and the helpless around us. He also says that there is no use studying commerce unless we are able to root out corruption. Finally, I would like to read out, you see I have got this, I would request the cameraman to focus this brochure. It's an old brochure which Dr. Karal gave me last year. In fact, you know, a lot of literature is published. So many good things are there. And whatever is given to me from MIT, I read it word for word. And I found these prophetic words, 2 paragraphs, just give me time, sir, if you allow me. Just listen to these 2 paragraphs. Also students from USA and other countries. This is an appeal by Professor Karal. He writes, today, the entire world is witnessing highly mind-boggling scientific and industrial developments like artificial intelligence, internet, computers, electronics, telecommunications, nanotechnology, genetic engineering, and also journey to outer space. Never witnessed before in the history of mankind. True. All these scientific developments have really helped and proved the humanity with all the luxuries of life beyond our expectations and imagination. Now this was a thesis. Now what he writes in antithesis, as in the plays of Shakespeare, there is thesis, there is antithesis, and finally there is synthesis. See the antithesis, what he says. He writes, however, on the other hand, the entire world is also unfortunately passing through a tense and chaotic stage, even worse than what was experienced during the 2 world wars. Worse than that, right? The present one is also a war between good and evil, very true, sacrifice and greed, very true once again, virtues and vices, of course, tolerance and rigidity. These are so prophetic words by him. Religious coexistence and fundamentalism, traditional time-tested values and quick gains, emphasize, mark the words quick gains. And students of MIT, you will not actually go for quick gains. You will go for the values that Rahul Karal actually spoke a couple of minutes ago. I just continue, it's going to end. And ego and so on, we are so egoistic. There is total chaos, confusion, terrorism, bloodshed and massacre taking place in the name of caste, creed, race, religion or ethnicity. And the boundaries of the nations, right? Boundaries of the nations. What is happening at Doklam, very unfortunate. Further, The family system, which is very much essential and vital for the survival of the mankind, is on the rocks. See, these are all very, very prophetic words. We have to come out of this network. This is our real predicament and the cause for worry and great concern for all of us. This is the antithesis. Now, what is synthesis? Synthesis is what we are having here. I am just going to skip whatever I have written. I wrote about his efforts for Mandir Masjid amicable solution, and this Ram Setu bridge that he actually erected for human cause. I am not going to read about all that. Finally, lastly, the ABCD of MIT. ABCD of MIT, students, please be careful, listen to me. A, amity is better than animosity. Animosity means enmity. Brotherhood is better than barbarism. C, compassion is better than cruelty. D, dialogue is better than deadlock. Before I quit, a couplet for Professor Karad. मेरी जिंदगी यही है कि सबको फैज़ पहुँचे. I'll translate it. मेरी जिंदगी यही है कि सबको फैज़ पहुँचे. मैं चिरागे रह गुज़र हूँ, मुझे शौक़ से जलाओ. Translation for those who don't know Hindi. My life is such that I become your mentor and focus. My life is such that I become your mentor and focus, just as a lamp to be consumed on the way of your success. And finally, before I just move on, one more couplet for Rahul, who is following in the footprints of Dr. Karad. मेरे जुनूं का नतीजा ज़रूर निकलेगा. He speaks very well. मेरे जुनूं का नतीजा ज़रूर निकलेगा. इसी सियाह समंदर से नूर निकलेगा. It means all this hard work will not go to waste. All this hard work will not go to waste. Ray of hope will emanate from darkness. Thank you once again. Thank you, the fraternity of MIT. And lastly, someone told me, this professor he received me at the airport, Professor Sukte Chudaman Devidas Rao. He praised Dr. Karad, and he said that we take our strength of character and inspiration from Karad. So one last, this is, I think, a Chinese saying for the teachers, for all my friends who teach here. And Dr. Karad has been an exemplary teacher. Just last two lines. The mediocre teacher tells, the mediocre teacher tells, the good teacher explains, the good teacher explains, the superior teacher demonstrates, the superior teacher demonstrates, and finally the great teacher inspires. The great teacher inspires, like Dr. Karad and his faculty at MIT and Mayer. Thank you very much for having given me this opportunity, and I am sorry that I took so much of time. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir. A big round of applause for Dr. Firoz Ahmed Bakht Saab. Thank you for your kind words. And I would now request my technical team to kindly relay the film on our next speaker, and who is the president of Salt Lake Community College, Dr. Denise Hofflin.
Dr. Denise Hofflin was named the 8th president of Salt Lake Community College in September 2014. She has served Salt Lake Community College's students, faculty, and staff for more than 2 decades. In her tenure as president, Dr. Hofflin has launched a college-wide strategic planning cycle which has produced a new vision, mission, values, and strategic goals for the college. Dr. Hofflin has always encouraged an environment of innovation. Dr. Hofflin has taught in the Education, Leadership and Policy program at the University of Utah and serves on a number of community boards and committees. Prior to her current role, Dr. Hofflin served as the interim president, vice president of student services, dean of students, and director of academic and career advising. Dr. Hofflin earned a bachelor's degree in communication and a doctorate in education, leadership, and policy from the University of Utah. We are honored to welcome Dr. Denise Hoftelin.
Please put your hands together and welcome with a big round of applause Dr. Denise Hoftelin, the President of Salt Lake Community College.
Good morning. Namaste. Dr. Karad and Executive President Rahul Karad, distinguished guests, Dr. Ashok Joshi, to our students from Westminster and from Salt Lake Community College, thank you for this phenomenal honor to be with you all today. It's a wonderful opportunity to be with you this morning as a guest at this amazing university. And thank you for the invitation to speak, but also for the gracious reception that you've shared with me and with our students and with my colleagues as fellow educators. So as the others, I was asked to speak on the interplay between science and spirituality as it relates to higher education in America. And specifically, I would like to share with you my perceptions of those two constructs as they play out at Salt Lake Community College, which is the institution I have the privilege to lead. Salt Lake Community College is a multi-campus community college with 10 sites serving 61,000 students a year. We are situated in Salt Lake City, just close to Dr. Morgan's campus of Westminster College. But we have a very different mission than Westminster College. We offer non-credit and credit programs. We offer short-term training and traditional associate degrees. And we're one of 8 public institutions servicing the citizens of Utah. We're funded through income and sales tax, as well as tuition revenue. So we are a public institution. Our Dean of Science, Math, and Engineering, Dr. Craig Caldwell, reminded me as I talked to him about these remarks that when you're speaking about science and spirituality, it's incredibly important to explain what I mean when I use those words. He continues, and I quote, "Like most words, there is nuance and meaning given these words that changes with the speaker, the times, and with whichever political forces hold sway at the time," unquote. So you need to know about me and how I am framing these words. So as I mentioned, I'm the president of an American public institution. It's situated in Salt Lake City, Utah, where there is a predominant religion in power. It's 2017, a political year in America where red and blue states, Democrats and Republicans, conservatives and liberals, black and white, majority-minority divisiveness is wrought. This context contributes to the perspective of how I view these words and how I perceive them within the college. So in some ways, science and spirituality can be seen, as many speakers have talked about, as contradictory constructs. Science is defined, as we know, as a process that at its core uses observation and measurement to lead us to generalizable insights to help us understand and predict our world. So when we see patterns, when they appear after observation and after repetition, when we measure those patterns, we begin to have confidence in them. We begin to see them as truth. Observation, measurement, generalization, repeat. But spirituality describes something often unobservable, unpredictable, and difficult to measure. We use this word to describe things of the spirit, things that are understood to be ephemeral and non-material. In other words, things that are highly resistant, if not immune, to measurement, repetition, and observation. Even among those who many would define themselves as spiritual, we may not have a consensus on that definition. And often in America, spirituality becomes conflated with theology or religion. When that occurs, given our public value of separating church and state, we often find tension in whether these ideas can coexist. When we approach spirituality as a broad concept, a concept concerned with the human spirit or the soul, without attributing that spirit or soul to a particular God or being, we are in more comfortable and inclusive ground. But often, because of the power and cultural capital differentials between specific religions or faith bases, tribalism as a marker for spirituality can become problematic. Therefore, we have to be careful to discuss spirituality in a broad way, a way where we are discussing or observing faith, to ensure that we're being inclusive in our practices so as not to privilege one faith over another. But where there can be perceived divisions, there are also commonalities between science and spirituality. And attending to both can be argued as a more holistic educational endeavor. For instance, connectedness. Connectedness and relationship and interdependence are fundamental concepts of sciences, biology, ecology, etc. And connectedness, relationship, and belonging are also the essence of a spiritual experience. A notable Catholic Benedictine monk and co-founder of the Center for Spiritual Studies, which boasts faculty from Jewish, Buddhist, Hindu, Sufi, and Christian traditions, says it nicely. I quote, "In today's world, we belong to many different communities, but we share two communities to which we all belong. We are all members of humanity, and we are all belong to the global biosphere." So more practically, where do we find those intersections between science and spirituality within our curriculum and within our institutions of education? Certainly from a content perspective, those intersections are explored in many of our disciplines. For instance, our allied health and nursing departments must be diligent in their curriculum to not only include the physical science elements of medicine, but to also help students understand the role of spirituality and culture and community as it relates to healing. Our humanities department has hosted several philosophical conferences exploring the intersections between Western science and Western religion, the science and big mind Buddhism. And our health and lifetime activities programs have built courses around mind, body, and spirit, and exercise as medicine in the quest for wellness. But we also find spiritual approaches to learning in the very processes, the very fabric of our college. Our values include inclusivity, integrity, trust, and collaboration. We work hard to create a culture on campus where students feel they belong, that they are connected, and that they matter. We have strong support services on campus to promote mental health and wellness. We provide support for clubs on our campus so they can convene around common interests to allow for engagements and a sense of community. And like Westminster, we have embedded service learning into over 300 of our courses so that just this year, more than 5,000 students served in the larger Salt Lake Community College area, actively applying their learning to everyday social issues to make our community stronger. My sense, as many others on the panel have said, is that science and spirituality can peacefully coexist as long as our definitions and nuances are known. Let me leave you with yet another piece of advice from our dean. Within our role as educators, we must recognize the uniqueness of human experience and, subject to the limits of what can be observed and measured, accept that there is some measure of mystery that remains to each individual to reconcile. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Denise Hofflin, the president of Salt Lake Community College. Thank you very much. The process of peace starts from within. We have to understand what kind of human being are we really, and we have to understand what is the mindset of human civilization, after all. What is the importance of feelings that we all have within us in order to achieve the peace? Well, I would like to share with all of you the views and opinion of Charlie Chaplin, the one who said that I would like to walk in the rain as people can't see my tears. Let's have a look at the views of Charlie Chaplin.
The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has boosted us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us weak. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. His life will be violent, and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio the very nature of these inventions cries out for the peace in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, unnatural men.
A big round of applause for that wonderful thought. And on this note, let me request the chief guest of inaugural function, Honorable Padma Vibhushan and former chairman of ISRO, to give the inaugural address. But before that, I would request my technical team to kindly relay a short film.
Dr. G. Madhavan Nair is the former chairman of Indian Space Research Organization and secretary to the Department of Space, Government of India, and was also the chairman, Space Commission. He was also the chairman of governing body of the Antrix Corporation, Bangalore. He also served as the chairman, Board of Governors, IIT Patna. As project director, PSLV, and program director, Integrated Launch Vehicle Program, he played a decisive role in the development of the Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle and Geosynchronous Satellite Launch Vehicle. He graduated in engineering from Kerala University in 1966. After training at Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai, he joined the Thumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station in 1967. He has initiated schemes for village resource centers through satellite connectivity, which aims at improving the quality of life of the poor people in the villages. As Chairman Space Commission, Dr. Nair is responsible for chalking out the future plan for space research in the country. The nation has honored him by conferring the Padma Bhushan in 1998 and the Padma Vibhushan in 2009. We are truly delighted to welcome Dr. G. Madhavan Nair.
Please put your hands together and welcome Honorable Shri G. Madhavan Nair ji, Padma Vibhushan and former chairman of ISRO.
Respected Professor Vishwanath Karad ji, Sri Rahul Karad, Dr. Michelle Noble, Dr. C.S. Pandav, Dr. Stephen Morgan, Dr. Firoz Ahmad Baldari, Dr. Denise Hofflin, Sri Harbir Shah, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my dear students and friends. A very good afternoon to all of you. It's indeed my proud privilege to be invited to this campus to deliver the inaugural address during this global summit on science and spirituality for world's peace. Also, I thank the organizers for putting me close to the audience. Especially, I love to see the bright young faces of the young children who are in front of me. They are the future of our country. And I'm extremely happy that I have such a large crowd here. Only thing is, I am a hardcore scientist. My association with spirituality is very recent, maybe a few years after the retirement. I started looking at some aspects of it. So I don't know how I will link these two together. But before that, let me say about the MIT. I came to this campus almost 10 years back. It was at the time the engineering institution and a few other establishments here. And from there it has grown phenomenally. In fact, I don't know, is it 75 or 80 institutes? Okay, that's a great achievement. A visionary leader like Professor Vishwanath Karad has really taken the initiative, and that is what we are seeing today. And the latest of that is the MIT World Peace University. When I heard the name Peace University, I thought it is something like many of the religious sellouts which just come like mushrooms at many parts of the globe. But after listening to Shri Dr. Rajiv, it's very clear. It's an entirely new concept. It is the holistic development of an individual and enabling him to serve the society at a global scale. This is something, a very unique concept, and it is very heartening to note that it is being established at the central place in India and absorbing all the knowledge, wisdom, and the capabilities of the Indian scholars and community. And the tie-ups which they are planning with the various other establishments all over the globe definitely will make this a great establishment. I wish well for this new venture, and let it be a model for the global, for molding the global citizens. Well, as an Indian, I am proud that we started our civilization in a highly spiritual manner. Those days, the differentiation between spirituality and the science was not there. whatever knowledge people wanted to get, they acquired through intense search and analysis and logical conclusions, and they are all condensed into the Vedic scripts. The Vedic scripts, exact date one cannot really place, but the written form around 1500 BC, that's around 3,500 years back, 500 years back. But actual origin may be even 7,000 years back. At that time, the rishis, the modern scientists, I will say the same terminology, they have observed the nature and the phenomena around them, and then try to answer the question as to how and why of it. The modern science also does the same. We try to analyze, we try to codify, we try to bring out principles, and that principles again formed into technology and so on. But in those days, imagine that there is no observing instruments, there is no telescope, there is no microscope, there is no electron microscope, there is no X-ray devices. But in spite of that, the extent of knowledge which these rishis have got is mind-boggling. In fact, they not only understood the phenomena which is happening around, but the distant stars, the stellar combinations, the galaxies, and beyond. And again, looking into the matter, there were references on the smallest particle, the atom, and the smallest and indivisible particle, atom, and they try to define what it is and so on. But from there, it emerged various technologies for the convenience of the people. The modern science also exactly does that. We have the science put to use, and that is why we are enjoying all the modern benefits in the society today. The ancient, the rishis, they did exactly same in the remnants of the Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. It clearly indicates that there were a high level of civilization, the living conditions, and also the technology existed in those days. The simple fact that there were modern dwellings with a well laid out habitat and drainage system, water supply system, and grain storage, and the protection walls around their habitat and all those things, it beats even the most modern architectural plan for towns. So this is something which is, which has evolved in those days. Look at what we have contributed in the area of metallography. The basic elements like iron, before that the copper and tin, and alloys of that, bronze, they were put to use for making various vessels and utensils. And later the iron was put to use for making dagger, the so-called Arab dagger, which is very popular today. What is emanated from Indian continent. The Arabs took it away, and they tried to popularize in Europe and other places. Then of course all this, it was all, it's not only the knowledge, it is put to use. That is the most important aspect of the ancient civilization. Then I don't have to tell the audience here, especially the Indian audience, about the power of Ayurveda, the treatment methodology which is evolved, trying to understand the human body in totality, and then try to identify the root cause of ailments, and then trying to prescribe various forms of treatment. It's just not treating the symptoms, treating the root cause itself. That was a methodology adopted at the time, and various extracts from the herbs that has proven to be very powerful in this. Even today, that form of medicine is being practiced in India. What I understand is around 35% of the Indian population still believe in the Ayurvedic form of treatment. So that shows the strength at which we did that. And of course, there were references about the plastic surgery and other forms of surgical procedures, and the tools which are required for surgery evolved in something like 500 BC. So this shows that, the tapasya, what the rishis did, that is a combination of the observation of the nature, natural phenomena, and the benefits of that to the people living in that time.
And of course, on the spirituality, I don't know much, but still what I read is there is no difference between the science and spirituality. The science is looking at the ultimate truth about the nature and the universe. The spirituality is looking at the ultimate truth of the inner being, the human being. Why we are here, what we are destined for, what can we do to the global community, and what is the motivating force behind this? Is it that is our mind, it's not a defined object, it's a combination of your body, brain, heart, and all the organs put together. It works in a particular manner. How does it function like that? Is it only controlled by the genes or something beyond? The answer to this has been found by many of our learned people, and they are all reflected in the Vedic Granth as well as the Puranas. They clearly reflect the knowledge which is got about the inner self. But the conclusion which is brought out to the modern community is very much by Shankaracharya and later by Swami Vivekananda ji. They all said that the self, it is part of the old, the creator or the God, whatever we call it. It is part of the old energy which has created the universe. And so it is not different from one human being to the other human being. So this is the type of path which is left to it. That is, you cannot distinguish yourself from the God. You are part of the God, and the divinity is within you. And if you sharpen that, you can become a perfect individual. That perfection is what is needed. Today's world, if you look at it, other day somebody was asking me, see, why all this violence and the type of disturbance which is taking place all over the world? I couldn't really answer it. But if you look at the ancient Indian philosophy, it is very much embedded into it. We know that we are the one. Our soul gets connected to a single point. So that way we cannot differentiate ourselves. We have to give equal treatment, equal love and affection to the fellow beings. And if we have that fundamental principle absorbed into our mind, things will be totally different. Perhaps that is what we should be doing. I am sure the World Peace University can play a very major role in that concept. In fact, they can inculcate this kind of thing right from the beginning and transform the thinking process itself. Now, let's look at this way. What we used to have in the ancient times, the education system was very, very unique. So-called Gurukula system of education. The student stays with the Guru for 10 or 20 years, and the Guru passes on all the knowledge what he has acquired to the Shishya. And also he makes him do practical work. He starts from the small, the Bhiksha, that is receiving offerings from the houses and then making their own living, cutting the firewood for the household work, and then cooking food or helping the Guruji's family and so on. So they are empowered. There is just not only the transfer in the knowledge, but they are made to understand the ways of living right from the beginning itself. That's the holistic system of learning, which has been opportunity which has been provided. But somehow or other, this whole thing collapsed. And especially, we had to blame our British invaders for that. Lord Macaulay, about 150 years back, he knew that the Indian education system is one thing which is going to empower them and lead to freedom. So he wanted to collapse the old system. He destroyed the type of the strong relationship between the Guru, Shishya, as well as the father and mother, the family. So this triumvirate, that linkage was broken, and a highly commercialized form of education is brought in here. And we are paying for the bad effects of that education system today. At one time, the British wanted the English-knowing youngsters for doing their clerical job. Of course, some of them rose to the big positions in the cadre, but most of them ended as clerks in the British regime. But I thought the independent India will see the difference. Nehruji initiated many centers of learning in the country and research institutes in the country, and we have benefited out of that. In fact, I am proud to be part of that generation who have come through that the transformation stage, and we learned the fundamentals of very many new things, and we were encouraged to experiment and to do things in a different way. That's how we could do great things in area of atomic energy, space or defense. You take atomic energy, we didn't have any help from any source in the world. We have deciphered the mysteries of atom. We know how to crack it, how to use that energy for producing electricity, or if the need arises as a weapon as well. We did that. Same thing in space. We had 20 years late start in the space exploration compared to the advanced countries. But today, we are proud to say that we are in par with the advanced nations as far as space technology is concerned. We have huge rockets, we have the spacecrafts, and not only that, we have traveled to Moon, Mars, and also for the first time in the history of world, we have said that there is water on the surface of the Moon. So this is a great finding which we could do. So the Indian, the gene what we have is within us, the power within us, we could harness and use it for achieving the highest benefit in the science and technology today. It's just not the high end of the technology. But look at today, we don't have a shortage of grains. How it has come out? In 60s, we were importing, about 60% of the grain was coming from outside. But a team under Dr. Swaminathan has the Green Revolution was brought in here, and that's the only reason we are self-reliant in the agricultural research, which has brought in the right type of crops, the right type of fertilization, right type of pesticides and so on. And that is the one which has made us self-reliant in the field of agriculture. Same thing applies to the milk production and so on. So wherever we have set our goals clearly and we have worked with our concentrated way, with a dedication, we have achieved. This shows the Indian breed has got the potential to do that. But as I was mentioning earlier, the education system, as time went, it deteriorated. It has come to a very lowest ebb today. In fact, I am coming from a most literate state in the country, Kerala. It was about 99.5% is the literacy level. And we turn out something like 35 or 40,000 graduates, engineering graduates every year. Not even 1,000 of them get absorbed into an engineering job. They may end up in an IT company doing some computer keyboard work and things like that. That's the end of it. And they don't get into any production. They don't get into any research. The same statistics applies right across the country. There are not many people willing to take up the challenge of trying to find out what needs to be done for the society and how the knowledge can be used. This is what we have to copy from our ancient civilization. It is just not sufficient that we learn, we acquire knowledge, but that should be put to use. That use in Indian context is quite different from what you find in a Western country. In the developed countries, most of the primary needs are met, they are happy, living conditions are far better, and so on. But in India, mind you, in spite of all our economic growth, our economy is growing at a rate of nearly 7 to 10% per year. It's an envy to most of the global community. But in spite of that, this wealth is not percolating down. We have 70% of our people who are living in villages. The conditions in the villages are far from what you enjoy in the towns and cities here. There is shortage of drinking water, there is a shortage of drainage facilities, there is a shortage of good food, there is the absolute scarcity for the healthcare system, education system. They have to travel miles and miles before they can go to a school and so on. The problems haunting the Indian village society is very many. That is where the role of the education institution comes in, the research comes in. So these people who are working in the education institution and the students should go and study the problems of the villagers and spend time there and understand what the real issues are and how we can provide a solutions to those problems. So this type of solution, yes, today we can buy. If we have money, we can buy from the developed countries most of the solutions. If you want to have a water purifier, you spend a few thousand rupees, you can get that. But a villager cannot afford that. He cannot pay 1 rupee per liter for the drinking water. So can we have a cost-effective solution for drinking water? Can we have a cost-effective solution for the energy scarcity which is being there? Can we convert our knowledge in Ayurveda and alternate systems of medicines to the advantage of the poor people in the country? Can we improve the productivity of our agricultural land? So there are thousands of questions before us. It is for the academic community, students, the teachers, and others to get into the fields and exercise themselves. If you have a good idea, yes, you can first give a solution locally. Then if the solution is good, you can sell in the national level, and if they are still better, at a global level. For all these things, it is not the education through the beaten track. It has to be an unconventional, out-of-the-box thinking which is required among the students. Now, how do we relate with the peace part of it? Now, in our ancient, again, when I was studying in school, especially in the primary school, in a week at least 2 class are set aside for social studies. That means there we learn about the various religions, various communities we are living around us, and the fundamental principles involved in the religious texts, and how the communal harmony has to be maintained, how we have to respect the society, how we have to provide service to society, and so on. But today all those things have vanished. Right from the class 1 onward, they are given a tab or some booklets on which all the modern jargon is pumped in. The system has to change. Mind you, whether it is science or spirituality, what first required is observation, analysis, and absorption. So this has to be developed in the early stages. The children have to be left free. They have to go around and see things around, and then try to ask how and why of things. And if they can find an answer, well and good. Otherwise, seek the advices of teachers and other elders and go through the learning process. Enabling them to acquire knowledge is the most important part. In the modern days of computer and communication, certainly that plays a very big role. But a guided approach to acquisition of the knowledge from the net is a must. Quite often, a lot of junk comes in there, and if children gets carried away by that, that's the end of it. Instead of that, the content generation for the children itself is a big challenge. The teachers and institutes should come forward, and they should put across their ideas and consolidate into the packages which can be acceptable to the student community, and they can be shaped. So, more than that, it is a logical thinking and the communication skills. That is the most important aspect. Why many of the Indian scientists are shining well in the foreign countries? Mainly because they have an opportunity, they had no English, but more than that, they are good at arithmetic. And they are good at, some people who have studied even Sanskrit. In our ancient system, the arithmetic and the Sanskrit, they were the basic component. So a logical thinking, the communication skills, these are also to be developed. If we take such a holistic approach for development of a student community, we will see entirely new world in the days to come. We have to make a beginning somewhere. Starting from primary school onwards is a job. Perhaps it has to be left to the government, and they have to take it and do and take the wholesale change in the syllabi and way of educating and assessing and so on. But later, when we come into the, of course, we cannot wait all these years. So at the college level itself, if we can have a holistic approach to the education, the knowledge acquisition, application of knowledge for the societal needs, then certainly we can contribute towards the global peace we are dreaming of. Certainly education is the only solution for all the terrorist activities and ill doings which are happening around us. I don't want to take much of your time. So once again, I express my happiness to be here, and I wish all success for this new venture and also this conference, which is scheduled for 2 days. You will hear from many learned people, absorb, discuss, and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for the Honorable Shri G. Madhavan Nair ji, Padma Vibhushan and former chairman of ISRO. A big round of applause, my friends, and a standing ovation. A big round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would now request my technical team to relay the film on Honorable Dr. Michael Noble, who is the special guest of honor of today's function, entrepreneur, expert on energy issues, and founder of Noble Sustainability Trust and former chairman of Noble Charitable Trust.
Born in 1941 in Stockholm, Sweden, Dr. Michael Nobel is a member of the Nobel family and the great-grandson of industrialist and humanitarian Ludwig Nobel. He is the co-founder and former chairman of the Nobel Charitable Trust and currently serves on several international boards that focus on scientific, medical, and charitable initiatives. He promotes energy efficiency and alternative energy technology. After studies in Sweden and America, Professor Nobel obtained a doctorate at the University of Lausanne in psychopedagogy. He then worked for 7 years as a researcher in social sciences at the Institute for Mass Communication at the Lausanne University and at the Department of Social Psychiatry at the Institute of Social and Preventive Medicine. In 1980, Dr. Nobel participated in the introduction of MRI, a field he worked in for 24 years. He regularly gives keynote lectures on various subjects at international conferences around the world. Dr. Michael Nobel sits on several international prize committees and has received many international citations and awards for his work in the fields of medicine and conflict resolution. Dr. Nobel has also received the UNESCO Medal for outstanding contributions to the cultural dialogue between nations. He was awarded the Gusi Peace Prize in 2010, an honor from the Philippines dedicated to those who contributed towards the attainment of peace and respect for human life and dignity. We are truly honored to welcome you, sir.
Please put your hands together and welcome the special guest of today's function, Honorable Dr. Michael Nobel.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be one of the last speakers of this session. There are some disadvantages, is that you've heard a lot of distinguished statements by distinguished guests today. So thank you for not leaving in droves, anyway. But you've heard a lot of words over the last 2 days. But words can be very effective. And if you remember, the words from former world leaders such as Mahatma Gandhi, your own Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Winston Churchill, Daisaku Ikeda, and John Kennedy, they have all profound impacts upon the human history, if you remember. They act as catalysts to provoke a change. They actually produce a change in human behavior. If you remember, the immortal words of Dr. Martin Luther King, I have a dream, how that influenced the black community. Ronald Reagan's tear this wall down, Mr. President. Remember what happened in Germany and how it influenced Europe? Winston Churchill words in the Second World War, we will never surrender. We will never surrender. What did they do? They didn't surrender. And Kennedy's, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country in shaping the values of the United States. So how many of us have not been reached by the immortal words of Mahatma Gandhi? I think this is one of the most moving statements. An eye for an eye, and soon the whole world will be blind. This is very, very powerful. One of the greatest issues today has been for the past century. One is peace. We have talked about peace extensively. And I'd like to remind you of the words, very moving words, of one of the greatest US presidents when he spoke on this subject. What kind of peace do we really want? not the Pax Americana enforced upon the world by American weapons of war, not the peace of the grave or the security of the slave. I'm talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind of peace that enables men and nations to grow, to hope, and to build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but for all time. These words by John F. Kennedy ring, as for me at least, as true today as they did then. Now, I can personally say that some belligerent nations of certain nations today would do very well by adhering to this philosophy. Now, you know that violence does not exist only between nations. It remains virtually everywhere today, I'm sad to say. There's violence in injustice, or perceived injustice. You have structural, institutional, cultural violence, violence in the enormous differences, chasm, that divide the world in terms of wealth, health, and knowledge. For example, we heard that from Dr. Karad. And there's the ultimate violence in the millions of lives lost every day around the world due to poverty and disease, and the most powerful of all, war. And the little brother terrorism, which recently have developed. Now, you have a golden rule of the Bible. What does the Bible say? Do unto others what you want them to do to yourself. It's an easy rule. Just follow it. Yet mankind has been phenomenally efficient throughout history in causing havoc among his fellow men and to evoke hatred for other groups. Remember? Often this is done to reinforce homogeneity, as with the Nazis or the communists, and support among the followers of a movement. Now, I can give you some awful facts, some awful statistics. 21st century, do you know how many people have been killed? Over 100 million people, most of them civilians, have perished in wars. 100 million. But war alone does not account for violent deaths. How many people are killed every year, would you say, that other forms of violence? WHO has formed a study, and they say over 1.8 million people's lives are extinguished by violence, rural violence, urban violence, and every year, almost 2 million people are killed by violence. Now, I want to ask you a dishonest question. How do we react of human suffering caused by wars and by other reasons? Well, I tell you, it depends on the distance, unfortunately. You remember there have been earthquakes in China. 130,000 people died from an earthquake. How do we react? It depends on the distance. Well, this is really terrible. Oh my God, have you seen the newspapers? And you give, at best of cases, something to the Red Cross or your favorite charity to alleviate your feeling of guilt and to make you feel you contribute to the well-being of society, you try to help something. Now, my point tries to illustrate one of the great problems of mass media-induced indifference to suffering. You become too used to suffering. You can't allow yourself to be involved in all these catastrophes and deaths announced each and every day in the media. If you look at the media, it's abnormality reporting, the catastrophes, the accidents. Now, I just take a typical point in time. You read in the newspapers we have in Europe, about the poor people from Africa trying to get into Europe as refugees, and the boats are not seaworthy, so they are sinking. And how does the public react to hear and read? Well, no particular, another 100, another 300 drowned in the waters of the Mediterranean. At the same time, you remember that a picture of a drowned child, I think his name was Alan Kurdi, he lied face down on the beach, and that provoked worldwide sympathy and even anguish, at least for a few days, and then no more of that. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot afford to be complacent about our persistent cultural violence. The cost of it, the physical cost is staggering. A Business Week report on crime in the US set listen to this, the direct and indirect cost to Americans of poverty poverty and violent crimes, over $1,000 billion annually. And the lifetime cost for all persons aged 12 and older who are injured due to rape, robbery, assault, arson, murder, and so on in a single year is estimated to $180 billion US dollars, with nearly 50% are, with my field, is medical and health-related costs. Can you imagine? Last year in the United States alone, and I'm sorry, you American friends, to point out, to select America, but they have statistics. So last year there were 6.2 million rapes, armed robberies, and assaults. Only less than 50% ever reported to the police. Now, as I said yesterday, every sane person wants peace. It's unfortunate. Is this me? Okay, sorry. It's every sane person wants peace. It's unfortunate that men in power so often seek to make decisions which lead to more violence instead to less. And the decision makers are helped to some extent by the escalating arms outlays. I'll give you some statistics again. Around the world today, the yearly expenditures on arms and munitions are over 1.6 thousand billion US dollars. Now, you can get a lot of schools and hospitals for that. Against, the UN budget is $5.4 billion. It's peanuts comparatively. It simply doesn't add up, violence. We must change priorities. We must apply the lessons learned through the community building. We must say, Mahatma Gandhi, again, one of the great thought leaders, he says, we must understand violence. In each of these phrases I've talked about earlier, we see the seeds of action that actually change the world. That's what we'd like to do, all of us. But inspiring words and well-formulated speeches are not enough in themselves. They need to be followed up by concrete actions, the actions we have seen through the work of the two gentlemen Karads, of creating a university that can communicate the principles and the power of peace and violence, or non-violence. So, conferences and meetings are great. They're great. We need them. But it's not sufficient in themselves. Community building demands grassroots actions by you guys, not by me, on the part of many people. Each of us needs to know what we can do and in fact, do it to make a difference. World peace through community building in the Daisauke Ikeda Mahatma Gandhi tradition demands a global outreach to engage the empathy and understanding of ordinary people. People are ordinary, not only by specialists in the field. Now I won't say, people say, yeah, but it's very difficult. Peace is a very elusive goddess. Yeah, I agree. But does that mean that we should abandon her pursuit? No, because it would be like saying, we should stop cancer research and treatment because 50% of who get cancer dies anyway. So what's the sense of doing it? I stopped a very good paying job to work in a free clinic on drug addiction. And they said, hey, why do you do that? 5% are cured eventually. And I said, yeah, but if only I save one guy, it's enough compensation and gratitude for me. So, you have to know, you shouldn't look at, the commercial rate of return, 15%. You should say, what am I doing for? I'll come back to that later anyway. So, but if you have nothing, you're nothing in the world, you become aggressive and violent, or you risk at least to become violent towards your fellow men. When you lack hope and you perceive the society to be against you. And you must recall Dr. Martin Luther King's profound remark, violence is the language of the unheard. So you must let them be heard, the people. So, but these negative values exist in all countries. It's due to many things. The global drug trade, far too easy access to firearms in certain countries, a breakdown of traditional family and community values, the family abandoned, a huge and growing gap between the haves and the have-nots, people the rich and the poor, the anxieties caused by congested big city life. They are only some of the factors that lead. It's a complex issue. Now, also, I shouldn't be saying this in India, but religious and racial differences are powerful incitement for violent and antisocial behavior. The possible shock cushioning effect of violence in movies. You've seen the movies, so-called action movies. You know, you hit somebody, which I worked in 20 years in a hospital. I mean, man, the effects are terrible if you hit somebody or you kick somebody. But in movies, nothing happens. The guy comes up, and, you know, he walks away. That to certain impressive young men, 17 years, 18 years old, oh, I can do that and nothing happens to me. And they walk away, the police doesn't interfere, you shoot 15 people, nothing happens. Schwarzenegger. Anyway, so this is what I'm saying is that they're caused by many factors, and one thing is very important, I say finally, I say is that usually the attitudes are installed during the formative years of the children, and that is unfortunately the truth. You know, if you lack parental love and guidance, it's a powerful negative peer pressures. You keenly felt unjust, I am deprived of social privilege or material possession. You have influence from older wrongdoers, you know, the drug trade, and lack of mature judgment can cause the greatest damage to self-control. And frankly, honestly, many of us are not setting good examples for our children. You know, because up to 7, 8 years old, they are empty of values and attitudes. They listen and they are influenced by you and by others. They are mostly, at that age, mostly copied by parents and other adults. It's only when they become teenagers that they replace the parents by, you know, by fellow peers. Only later years do they acquire their effective and cognitive value system from their peers. It is therefore up to us, adults, not talking to the young guys here, but to ensure that proper examples are set up early, and we often fail dismally at that. So, I'd like to say, now, guys, what can we do? What can we do to summarize? Well, of course, there are no quick and easy solutions. And yet there are too many good men and women in this world to dispute the horrendous view of man as a vicious predator. Too many examples of kindness and selflessness to simply accept violence as a natural human characteristics. We must remind us of the billions of ordinary men and women. Listen, this is not typical examples I give you. You bring up your children to be good citizens, and many single individuals, which I referred to earlier, who set glittering examples of tolerance. These are the ones that should be the guidelines. Now, you guys, you are here today. You belong to the fortunate 5%, actually, on top of the world's population. You can help a lot. You can contribute with your work, your funding, or your spirit to help the development of a global community. Now, my great-granduncle, Uncle Alfred Nobel, he believed in such a global community when he created Nobel Prizes. He wanted to reach out to make the prizes available to everyone, and the King of Sweden said, no, you must do it. Am I running out of time? No. Yeah, I'm finished here. Yeah, exactly. So the prizes should be, if reincarnation, I'm a Christian, if reincarnation exists, you might get some more chances in your next round of life. But if I do not believe in it, so when you're at the end of the road, when you look back what you have accomplished, you should be able to say to yourself, well, I believe I tried to make a small difference, to make this world a little bit better. It doesn't matter if you didn't succeed, because not everyone can be a Nobel Peace Prize laureate. That you tried in the end is the only thing that really matters. So, honorable colleagues, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, please try to do this. Try to accomplish something for the betterment of the human man, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause once again for Honorable Dr. Michael Nobel. And let's have a very, very, I would say, all these memories are really important for all of us to be remembered for a lifetime. I would request all the dignitaries on the dais to give us a really, really special photograph. Thank you very much. I would now request my technical team to kindly relay a small film on Honorable Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, the founder and president of MIT World Peace University, before he delivers his presidential address.
Dr. Vishwanath Dadarao Karad, visionary and eminent educationist, started his journey of success more than 3 decades back and still continuing on the same path. A journey in the quest of truth, religious harmony, and amalgamation of science and spirituality. 3rd February 1941, in a village named Rameshwar Rui, in the ambience of the rural life, a visionary and scholar child was born and continued his path after completing his formal education. A family with the background of bhakti of Panduranga and blessings by Sant Shri Gyaneshwara and Tukaram Mauli supported the thought process of Vishwanath ji from his childhood. Dr. Vishwanath started his career as a professor after completing his education in engineering in the Government Engineering College and continued for 20 years. And then the day arrived when he expressed his visionary thought in one of his articles, mentioning the important and urgent need of non-aided engineering colleges in the state. His ceaseless pursuit to promote the concept of privately funded higher professional education in Maharashtra completely changed the education scenario in the country, thus benefiting millions of students. It also initiated the formation of one leading educational group, MIT Group of Institutions, under parent body of Maharashtra Academy of Engineering and Educational Research at Pune. He always thanked late Shri Vasant-dada Patilji, then the Chief Minister, for supporting his thought and opening the doors of engineering education to all. While growing number of institutions under the umbrella of MIT Group of Institutions, today MIE is having more than 65 institutions with nearly 60,000 students gaining knowledge with the different culture. Dr. Karad is known for his architectural skills when you see the vastus or creations by him. He built a beautiful memorial in the name of legendary actor-director late Sri Raj Kapoorji in MIT's Rajbagh campus. Vishwashanti Sangeet Academy is yet another feather in his cap when you are mesmerized to see Rachana depicting Saptaswar, Saptarushi and Saptaranga. In Anandi, a Garud Stambha of Bhagavad Dharma, nearly 145 feet height, was built for the devotees, and Annapurna Sadan near Vakri, Pandharpur, named Tyagamurti Prayagakka Sadan, are examples of his creations for the mass. A true follower of the philosopher Sant Sri Gyaneshwar Maharaj and Jagat Guru Sant Sri Tukaram Maharaj, is also a great believer in the teachings of India's great noble son, Swami Vivekananda. Dr. Vishwanath Karad always thinks of the peace in the world, benefit of science for the mass, which ultimately led him to form and to be a president of UNESCO Chair for the World Peace at MIT. He recently attended and delivered a speech at Salt Lake City, USA, where he was invited for the Parliament of World Religions Conference. His confident, scholar and a visionary character always is a source of inspiration for the all MITians. We all MIT fraternity thank such a great personality for leading us on the path of the humanity.
Please welcome with a big round of applause the founder president of MIT World Peace University, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir.
Friends, it has been really our good fortune to have Honorable Dr. Madhavan Nair sir, a chairman of ISRO, a very great scientist, a noble son of India, to inaugurate this very first unique event called as a Global Summit to understand the role of science and spiritual component of life to promote the culture of peace in the world. And what a good fortune, friends. And we have Dr. Stephen Morgan, Dr. Dennis E. Haflin, and my esteemed friend, Dr. Firoz Ahmad Bakht. Along with them, I see a great humanitarian and the chairman of the Utah State Technological Council, Dr. Richard Nelson, and many other VIPs sitting on the dais. I see Dr. Qureshi sitting in front of me, Mr. Ashok Joshi, and the students from the Salt Lake City Community College and the Westminster College too. Friends, I can only say that we have been blessed possibly yesterday with the words of wisdom spoken by Dada J.P. Vaswani ji and many other learned scholars, thinkers and philosophers. And possibly it has been a reminder to me of our duty. Possibly whatever efforts we made for the last 20, 30 years, and now it has emerged into a concept of what is called as MIT World Peace University. It makes me remind again and again, and what is the future plan? What is the process or pathway which can really make us possibly to contribute something for the well-being and welfare of the humanity. Personal gains, the achievements, the buildings, the beautiful buildings. I am fully aware that the bricks and mortar of the building does not make an institution. It cannot. I know that I have been a very mad designer. The concept, planning, architecture, design, I do it myself. It's my favorite liking. The question is, I feel now how to put in a soul or that consciousness, what I call it. And when I'm speaking in front of Mr. Madhavan Nairji, I'd like to make a statement and remind, possibly it has been said a number of times. I repeat again that I, as an engineer, as a man of particle physics or IT or computer, you call artificial intelligence, Wi-Fi, so many words can be used. The more I learn and understand all these new technological terms of the modern world, I do believe firmly in what the saints and sages and seers of the past have possibly said 5,000 or 10,000 years back. Because they did not speak of any blind faith, friends, remember? As an engineer, as a learner, as a teacher, I am trying to just make this statement with a firm conviction and understanding of what is the role of science and spiritual component of life. The beauty is, when I see these developments, you click and you talk to the whole world. A boy standing on the street somewhere, he clicks his phone and speaks to some gentleman in America. About 10, 20 years back or 30 years back, we would never have believed in this. We would have called this as a miracle. Friends, remember, whether it is philosopher Saint Jnaneshwara or philosopher Sant Tukaram, I repeatedly take these names as a symbolic representatives of India, or the Saint Francis of Assisi. You take those names, and I find that there is so much of common, and their vision and their appropriate understanding of the nature of Mother Universe. Universe की बात हो You will not believe, friends, this great philosopher sent of India, Sant Tukaram, who never went to any school possibly. He makes a statement 400 years back. It's in Marathi, Anurenu Thokora Tuka Akasha Evuda. He says, I am the smallest of the smallest of the small particle of the universe. But what type of particle? It can encompass the entire universe. Saying, friends, remember, I have a firm belief that this statement of this saintly person 400 years back gives a message of whatever has been said by Dr. Albert Einstein about the God particle or the Higgs boson particle. And you see the beauty and the real wisdom behind all these words. And I find so much of similarity actually being depicted and presented to the whole world community. As was said by somebody, I feel personally, because I was given a subject last year, whether this system of education, what we are talking about, science and spiritual component and its role in developing a value-based universal education system. When we say universal, somebody may say, what do you talk of universal? Every nation has a different geography, different history, different cultures, different traditions. But remember, friends, time-tested values are common. They cannot be different. They are universal. The universe does not have any different law for each individual. Simple. And accordingly, when my friend Mr. Pathan is sitting opposite to me, or Vijay Bhatkar, we have been discussing this for quite some time. And we have found that all the religious scriptures, like Bhagavad Gita for Hindus, the Holy Quran for Islam, the Tripitak for Buddhists, Guru Granth Sahib for Sikhs, you take any name. Friends, remember, they have been the way of life, the life guiding scriptures. They are not only for rituals. They are not performing any puja or anything personal goals. And now you and me have to understand this possibly. And whatever confusion has been existing to my mind, that normally the moment you speak of the word religion, there is a confusion. The word spirituality is confused. And really speaking, if you read Einstein, or if you read Sant Jnaneshwara, or if you read the words of wisdom of Vivekananda, who had defined the word religion in 1893, when he says, friends, remember, he is talking to the world scholars, thinkers, philosophers, scientists of the whole world, 1893. And he tells them, what is religion itself? And he says that religion is nothing but to perform your duty. The duty towards your mother, the father, the family, the society, the nation and the whole world. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, world as one family, global family. See the beauty, friends, that when he has defined what religion stands for, ye samajhne ki baat hai, we have got to understand the very essence and philosophy behind each and every word like religion, spirituality, or the role of science itself and technology. And possibly this institution, under the name of World Peace University, possibly has a role to play, has to show the pathway. Possibly we are not something very unique or greatest, but we feel, we have a sincere feeling that we would certainly proceed further under the guidance of such great people, and possibly by networking the minds of the people. This was being said by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He said networking of the minds is the need of the hour. The humanitarian approach, as I said to you friends, my friend Richard Nelson, when I met him for the first time along with Mr. Ashok Joshi, I still remember a great humanitarian. The purity of mind, purity of thought and purity in action. Three things in the life. And so many things can be better understood if you are an engineer, if you are a scientist, and possibly also a man of spiritual component of life. Friends, I am taking little more time, but I'll be failing in my duty if I do not make a mention of the great gentleman, Dr. Michael Noble. The Michael Noble and his presence in this pandal coming all the way from Sweden through my friend Nanik Rupaniji is a great blessing. Because I have been, of course, I don't have any other words to say, but I never expected that for this conferring of these philosophers and Jnaneshwara World Peace Prize tomorrow, a very unique event, and possibly this institution which has been having an expectation that something, a pathway of culture of peace can be shown to the mankind, to the people. And what a good fortune, Dr. Michael Noble, I'm grateful to you. His presence on this stage itself has a great meaning. Not to have any pride or something like an ego, but certainly a sense of satisfaction and a pleasure. Certainly a pleasure in our mind. Friends, I would like to just quote to you. Really speaking, I had quoted these sentences even day before. But ultimately, what we have to learn and understand through the World Peace University concept, and that too with MIT, an institution of technology, networking with a peace of mind. I had read this once or twice, but I repeat again, friends, for your information, possibly this MIT World Peace University will try to follow the words of wisdom of these great men. But it says, fellowship is the wording. Friends, we are the birds of the same nest. We may wear different skins. We may speak different tongues. We may believe in different religions. Yet we may belong to different cultures. Yet we share the same home, the Mother Earth. Born on the same planet, covered by the same skies, gazing at the same stars, breathing the same air, we must learn to progress together or miserably perish together. For a person can live individually, but can only survive collectively. Friends, you will not believe this quotation is from Atharva Veda. Possibly the Vedic literature has been always supposed to be religious literature. But you must know how wonderfully, very uniquely, with the unique style and fashion, expressing the very wisdom, how to live and how let others live. And that's the ultimate goal for peace and promotion of peace and culture of peace. Thank you, friends. I am grateful to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. A big round of applause once again for Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, the founder, president of MIT World Peace University. For all the work, for all the time that he has spent in for this particular mission, I think we should all give him a standing ovation and a big round of applause for his life mission and every moment of his life he has spent for this mission. Thank you very much, sir, for the path that you have shown us. Thank you. With this, we are coming towards the end of this inaugural session, but I would request each one of you to rise in your seats for the national anthem before we conclude. Well, my friends, national anthem would of course be playing at the background, but it's a sincere request to all my dear students to sing the national anthem. Let's sing the national anthem all together. Thank you.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you very much, all the dignitaries on the dais. I would request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for ringing the bell of world peace and democracy. I request all the students to remain seated as we continue into our next session. The next session is on Union of Science, Religion, Spirituality and Technology for the World Peace. We are going to have Honorable Dr. Vijay Bhatkar Sir, Padma Bhushan Award recipient, Dr. Richard R. Nielsen, the President and CEO of Utah Technology Council, Shri Ricky Cage, Dr. Sharon Tallboys, Dr. Prakriti Poddar, Shri Nanak Rupaniji, Shri Raju Manthanaji. All these dignitaries would be there on the stage. And my friends, let's not forget all those students, those who are willing to participate in the focus group of Science and Spirituality for the World Peace. I remind you once again to gather at 5 o'clock, that is after the last session of the day. I request you to gather at the Plato Hall, which is next to the Sri Jnaneshwar Hall. I request all the students, those who are there, to kindly gather at 5:30 p.m., that is after the last session, and let us come together and discuss and understand what role we can play in science and spirituality for the world peace. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly accept the chair. Honorable Dr. Vijay Bhatkar Sir, Padma Bhushan Award recipient, Chancellor of Nalanda University and father of Param supercomputer and eminent scientist, Dr. Richard R. Nielsen, the President and CEO of Utah Technology Council, Shri Ricky Keji, Indo-American Grammy Award-winning composer, music producer, Dr. Sharon Talboys, the PhD and MPH, Dr. Jai P. Gore Sir, Dr. Prakriti Poddar, Managing Trustee of Poddar Foundation and expert on mental health therapist and counselor, Shri Nanak Rupaniji, Chairman of Neutron Electronics Private Limited, Shri Raju Manthanaji, Founder and CEO of Blue Pal Solutions Private Limited, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad Sir, Shri Rahul V. Karad Sir, Shri Haribhai Shahji, Professor Milind Patreji, along with the 3 student speakers, Colin Fitzgerald, Greta Schneider, and Ms. Vaishnavi Nair. I request, and Parker Lewis. I now request in charge of the Department of Peace Programs at MIT World Peace University, Professor Milind Patreji, to take over.
Very good afternoon, all of you, honorable dais and the students. Actually, peace needs to be discussed, yes, and it also needs to be experienced. So we are all going to experience peace now with a beautiful 1 minute of exercise. So I would like all the students to take their seats. Please take your seats. And I would like the technical team to play with the first Omkara. Technical team, please be ready with that. I would like to, before you begin the music, I would like all the people and all the dignitaries also to go through this 2 minutes of beautiful mindfulness exercise. There are two stages to this exercise. In the first, we are going to be seated with our eyes closed, and we are going to chant the primordial sound called as the 3-syllable A, U, and M, that is Aum. All the students who are there on the doorways, can you please get seated? Because we are going to begin with a wonderful session on spirituality and the peace, role of science and technology in spirituality and peace. So I would like all the students who are there gathering at the doorways to get seated, please. Just as food is needed for physical body, similarly peace is needed. Just as we need food for our physical body, similarly there is a food for the soul also, and that is peace, and that is silence. So all the students, we know that it's time to lunch, but we are going to have a different type of lunch called a spiritual lunch now for the next 45 to 50 minutes. So all the students are requested, suggested to take their seats, and we are going to begin a beautiful 2 minutes. And I know that the energies will be again regained just with these 2 minutes of beautiful, wonderful mindfulness exercise. As Vivekananda said, that unless and until we gather our minds, which is dissipated here and there, we cannot remain focused, and no success, no invention can be achieved without a focused, concentrated mind. So we request all our students, all the dignitaries there, please suggest them to get seated, and we'll begin very shortly this wonderful session. The technical team, please be ready for that. I would just suggest that meditation has nothing to do with any religion, just as law of gravity has nothing to do with any religion. Electricity is not Hindu nor Muslim. There is no Jaina law of gravity, there is no Muslim law of gravity or electricity. It is pure natural science. Similarly, the role of yoga or meditation is to tune our mind to the divine frequency, because no great success is ever achieved in life without tuning our mind to that omnipresent, omnipotent frequency. We call it as a transformation of human consciousness. The worlds may look bigger, but if we attain to that with a simple technique, it can yield tremendous results. So I'm happy that the students are again moving forward, they are taking their seats. And I think we can begin, with the permission of the Honorable Dais, we can begin with this beautiful Om meditation. So 1 minute we are going to chant Om, vibrational energy will be created. Yeah.
My dear friends, I request each one of you to settle down. We are continuing with this session. I request everyone, those who are standing, to settle down as quickly as possible. I request all the teachers to kindly guide their students to settle down first. Teachers are requested to guide their students to settle down first. I request everyone to settle down. We are beginning with the next session.
Thank you. Einstein once said that we can denature plutonium from earth, but we cannot denature the evils from the mind and hearts of men. It is not the physical science which is required for this denaturing. It is the element of peace and the spirituality. And India is fit enough to provide this message. It's a challenge for us to have a technological revolution at the same time to be peaceful in our minds. The task is difficult. Is it impossible? No. Is it easy? No. But it's going to take some different fundamentals, some different transformation, some different shift in our consciousness. And once that consciousness shifts, everything changes. So majority of the students now, they have taken their seats. I think we can begin because we can't end this, prolong this session anymore. The relay team, please continue with the first stage of Omkara. Everyone is going to sit with their eyes closed. Close your eyes. Close your eyes, please. Everyone, close your eyes. Close your eyes. Be comfortable in your chairs. And recite the primordial mantra, Om. Recite everyone. Gather your consciousness. Bring your consciousness into the auditorium. If you can chant as well, your energies will be again refocused. Let us create this peace. Chant the mantra Om along with the music. Very nice. Sit down wherever you are. Sit down. keep your eyes closed. The second state is meditation. Just keep your eyes closed and focus on the inflow and outflow of your natural breathing. Just watch your breathing. Experience peace. Experience tranquility. Open your eyes, rub your hands gently with each other, and just open your eyes. And thank you so much for this wonderful experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was so nice and beautiful experience, isn't it, my friends? Well, I welcome all of you once again in the first session of Global Summit on Science and Spirituality for the World Peace. It's really important that we discuss this issue as deeply as possible to understand the truth. The session 1 theme is the union of science, religion, spirituality, and technology for world peace. I would request each one of us to think over and over again and try to come up with the solutions, the ways in which we can contribute to this particular thought. I would now request Sri Rahul Karad sir and Professor V.D. Karad sir to kindly felicitate and welcome the dignitaries on the dais for this particular session. I would first request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome Dr. Richard Nilsson, the President and CEO of Utah Technology Council. Please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Richard Nilsson, the President and CEO of Utah Technology Council. Thank you, sir. I would now request sir to kindly felicitate Sri Ricky Cage, Indo-American Grammy Award-winning composer and music producer. A round of applause for Sri Ricky Cage. Thank you. I would request sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Sharon Talbais. A round of applause for Dr. Sharon. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I would now request sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Prakriti Poddar, Managing Trustee of Poddar Foundation, an expert on mental health and therapist and a counselor. A round of applause, my friends, please, for Dr. Prakriti Poddar. Thank you, ma'am. I would now request sir to kindly felicitate Sri Nanik Rupani ji, the Chairman of Neutron Electronics Systems Private Limited. A round of applause for Sri Nanik Rupani ji. I would request sir to kindly felicitate Sri Raju Mentana, the founder and CEO of Blue Pal Solutions Private Limited. An entrepreneur from United States of America. A big round of applause for Sri Raju Mentana. I would now request my technical team to kindly relay the curtain raiser film on this particular session.
Union of science and religion or spirituality alone will bring peace to the mankind, said the great philosopher of India, Swami Vivekananda, 200 years ago. Simplified analysis of world's religious texts is testimony to the fact that moral and ethical principles of all religions were conceived in human minds to establish peace. Establishment of peace and harmony through progress, mutual accommodation and non-violence is central to all religious principles. In 20th century, world has witnessed 2 wars of global scale as well as several disastrous wars between different countries. This has been happening when human being is making tremendous progress in the domains of science and technology, resulting in the creation of infrastructure and rise in living standards. Many scholars and renowned scientists, from Albert Einstein to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, have acknowledged that technology without spirituality will be disastrous for the mankind. The profound question is how to ensure union of science, religion or spirituality and technology, which is a precondition for a peaceful world. This session will contemplate to provide answers to this question.
Thank you. And before I invite the founder and CEO of BluePal Solutions Private Limited to give opening remarks, I would request my technical team to kindly relay a small film on Sri Raju Manthanaji.
Sri Raju Manthena is the founder and CEO of BluePal Incorporated. He started BluePal in the year 2002 with his passion of providing the best software services and solutions. He worked for around 25 years in the industry, out of which he worked 15 years in Silicon Valley, California. In his past experience, he worked for several industry-leading companies including SAP, Exactly Corporation, Searchforce, i2 Technologies, Covigna, Webvan, Remedy BMC Company, Kernex Microsystems, and some leading Silicon Valley firms. BluePal benefits a lot from his creative thinking, future directions, unique way of execution methodologies, marketing processes, and management styles. His priority for making the customer happy has played an important role in making the company successful. Sri Raju Manthena has a master's degree in computer science. We are honored to welcome Sri Raju Manthena.
Please put your hands together and welcome Sri Raju Manthanaji, the founder and CEO of BluePal Solutions Private Limited.
Namaskar to everyone and my dear brothers and sisters, good afternoon. I'm not sure if I deserve such an audio video presentation because I feel like a small drop of water in front of this ocean of knowledge from great visionaries and leaders and scholars. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Between birth and death, the journey has been already defined. Let's not worry about what is before life and what is after life for a moment because that's a deep subject. But during this journey of life, every moment I have only 3 goals. Number 1, making my body happy. Number 2, making my mind happy. Number 3, making the society happy. Yeah, we understand this body is mine and mind is mine. Of course, I have to make sure that I actually make them happy, but what is this society about? Why do I have to really care about making the society happy? Because we live in a society. We are not one. I mean, like, I'm not one, honestly speaking. So, since I'm part of the society, and there is so much of a dependency that has been established as part of this society, in order to make myself happy, I have to make sure that my surroundings and further the society is also happy. And obviously, if you consider, there are so many problems in the world right now. If you compile them and consolidate them together, we actually categorize them into 2 different problems. Number 1, the local problem. Number 2, the global problem. The local problem is nothing but I'm not able to have enough food to survive. I don't have enough provisions to have meaningful life standard. And the global problem is about we don't have peace. Peace individually, peace. Should I have enough food? Why don't I have enough provisions actually to survive? Because there is not enough material, including like food and materials that are required for the mankind. How come there is no enough material or food? Because there is no productivity. And how come there is no productivity? Because we are not producing. How come we are not producing? Because we are not working. Why am I not working? Many people are probably having some sincere thoughts about it. I don't have work. Why don't I have work? Two reasons. Number one, I don't have meaningful education, or I don't have a basic minimum education at all. And how do we solve these things? In order to make sure that I actually have meaningful sustainability, probably my education did not teach me how to survive on the planet. Because most of the educational systems are actually concentrating more on the professional skills, technology skills, and other subjects that are required for you to do a job, using which you can actually get some kind of an employment, say, make some money, and then help your family, help yourself, help your surroundings, friends, and everybody. But obviously speaking, there are so many students that are actually getting educated, and it's not possible to have employment for every single person. So there is a gap between number of students being educated and number of job openings. Now, if I don't get a job, how can I survive? I don't know. I was not educated about it. So that is the reason I'm going to be idle and I'm going to be lazy. The moment I become idle and lazy, my mind starts thinking about all the negative things, how to steal something from the other people. So it's going to spread all the negative energy around. Further, I might become a damaging factor for the society. So what's really missing? A pure education that teaches me about life and self-sustainability. Now, how do I get this? Science actually does a couple of things. Number one, it actually creates a technology and innovative solutions which can actually produce enough food and other provisions that are required for us to have a meaningful, sustainable life here. And the other side of the science actually talks about finding the ultimate truth with its own experimental processes. Now, if you really understand the science, science actually can help us to solve the local problem. Now, what is the global problem? I don't have peace myself, and my society does not have peace, and further, my universe does not have peace. Now, in order to make the whole universe peaceful, there has been a system that has been already defined like ancient times, so-called our like saints or ancestors. They are really rishis and maharshis. They have defined a system which actually is full for us to take the journey towards the discovery of spirituality. And that is an amazing system that's been defined. Now, with respect to the science and the spirituality, these two are really solving the fundamental problem of the local problem and the global problems that we talked about. But how do we transfer this knowledge? Education is the only mechanism. That is the platform that we've been having. And many different educational systems are actually not considering the true essence of these teaching methodologies with respect to the spirituality. They have been only concentrating on the professional education. Now, with respect to the daring step that has been taken by Honorable Dr. Vishwanath Karadji to mix the science and spirituality to serve the real purpose of being towards the journey of like achieving the peace, it's an amazing step, and I sincerely congratulate him and then respect him from the bottom of my heart. Just like any sickness, the pharma industry is actually creating some kind of a pharmaceutical medicine. They have to go through so many different tests before they actually release it to the market. Similarly, I feel that the world is so sick now because there is no peace. And in order to create a medicine for that sickness, he's been having a medicine defined for the last 4 decades. And he's been testing that. Now, the results are proven to be very positive. They were working so well, where the mix of science and spirituality together is actually solving a great problem of not having peace, so that they were able to achieve peace and sustainability using the same educational system. And I have to appreciate Mr. Rahul Garad for taking this particular system more globally, so that the system is not just meant for Maharashtra or Pune or MIT or for India, it is for the global meaning and purpose. So I honestly appreciate all the team over here who actually become part of the MIT, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, for taking this to the next level. And thank you so much for giving this opportunity to me. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Good luck. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would now request the student leaders to kindly come forward and express their thoughts. To begin with, I would request the student of Westminster College, Colin Fitzgerald. Please put your hands together and welcome Colin Fitzgerald from the Westminster College.
Good afternoon. Perhaps the 2 greatest quests of humanity are the quest for science and the quest for spirituality. For the most part, these have been thought of as 2 entirely separate quests, one for knowledge derived from observation and controlled experimentation, and the other for wisdom, as if knowledge and wisdom are on opposite ends of a spectrum. As a student of the sciences, it was instilled in me that science is not concerned with the metaphysical. Science is reason. Science is objective. Science is falsifiable. Science is the only way of knowing. Or is it? As I sat in a Buddhist temple in Thailand as monks chanted and offered blessings, as I prayed to the gods in Hindu temples and was welcomed into traditional ceremonies, even as I walk in nature with my dog or my friends, and when I meet new people every day, something happens that I can't really explain with reason or with science. Science can tell us a lot. Because of science, we know that objects that are in motion stay in motion. We know that light travels at the speed of exactly 299,792,458 meters per second. And we know that any 2 objects exert a gravitational force of attraction on each other. Science has observed and evaluated these concepts, and we can say that we know them. But science can't tell us everything. Science can't tell us whether science can explain everything. In preparation for this conference, I've spent lots of time reflecting on science and spirituality, their similarities, their differences, and what our understanding of the world might look like if we stopped treating observation and reason as the polar opposite of spiritual transcendence. What questions could we answer? What problems could we solve? Just because we cannot directly observe and measure, qualify or quantify a phenomenon doesn't mean that it doesn't exist and should be cast aside as unworthy of investigation. Unknowns are invitations, they're challenges. Unknowns are opportunities. Today, as we collaborate and explore the union of science and spirituality, I call for a paradigm shift in scientific thinking. We must move away from the restrictive materialist philosophies of science that narrowly dictates what is and is not science and what types of questions science can answer. We need to move towards a more flexible understanding which acknowledges that spirituality exists and it does have a role in our understanding of the world. I believe that by making this shift, we'll be much closer to understanding the most complex topics, answering the most pressing questions, and solving the world's most critical problems. The notion that science and spirituality are somehow mutually exclusive hinders our progress. There's a quote that exemplifies the interaction between these two frameworks that reads, "Science is to know more, while spirituality is to become the knower." It is my opinion that by shifting our understanding of science, acknowledging the interaction between science and spirituality, and by accepting unknowns as challenges, we will see the sciences progress in a way never seen before, and we'll see the change in the world that we so desperately need to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. To Colin Fitzgerald, a big round of applause for Colin, please. I request Sri Rahul Karat sir to kindly felicitate Colin Fitzgerald, a student of Westminster College. A round of applause, my friends. Thank you. I would now request the student of MIT World Peace University Faculty of Engineering, Ms. Vaishnavi Nair, to express her thoughts.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, Rahul Karat sir, and all other dignitaries present on the dais. It's indeed a matter of great privilege for me to be here with you all for this momentous occasion. Friends, I'm here to pay respect to all those great saints, sages, and scientists who have given us all possible ways and means to create a holistic society and to make human life more comfortable and happy. I'm proud to tell this gathering of learned audience that whenever the whole world was in a confused or a problematic situation, either Lord Krishna or Lord Jesus Christ or some other precious entity were born at appropriate time to show this world the divine light of love and compassion and to create a religion of humanity in this world. And today also we see that scientists are continuously working for the betterment of human society. So we see science and spirituality are not two antitheses. They are the wheels of the same cart. One deals with the visible and the other with the invisible. One supports the other. And the contested coordination of these two will create heaven on this planet. Over past several centuries, we have witnessed tremendous progress and growth in the field of science. But on the other hand, see this erosion and depletion of human moral and spiritual values in us humans is totally depressing. That's why mankind today is facing a multi-dimensional civilization crisis, which has engulfed almost all perspectives of our life, material and spiritual. But in the teachings of Indian sages like Swami Vivekananda, we have answers to these questions. We see that the language used by all the modern physicists is converging to the language used by the spiritual leader, because the main aim of both these parties is to find the ultimate truth and reality. In this context, the teachings and views of Swami Vivekananda is extremely significant. He said, all this external world is a world of suggestions. All that we see, we project through our mind. To a wicked man, this whole world is a perfect hell, and to a good one, a perfect heaven. And a perfect man sees nothing but God. It shows that it's our consciousness and the way we think and our karma which creates the world outside. It was in 1893 in the Chicago Parliament, Swamiji said, science is nothing but finding unity among us. So we see that science and spirituality in their pursuit of truth is converging to the grand unification of matter and spirit. I do believe that the message of the 21st century world to the coming generation is very much clear. And it is to realize the most blissful state of essential unity and peace. So once again I repeat, union of science and spirituality alone will bring peace to mankind. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Vaishnavi Nair. Thank you, Vaishnavi, for your views. Thank you, sir. And now, before I invite the Managing Trustee of Poddar Foundation and expert of mental health therapist and counselor, Dr. Prakriti Poddar, I would request my technical team to kindly relay a small film.
Dr. Prakriti Podar is the Chief Executive Officer at Mind Over Image Consulting. She is also member of Rotary Club as well as Managing Trustee of Podar Foundation. The Mind Over Image Consulting was started with the theme, "It's not a makeover, it's a mind over." She has spent many years in providing therapy, life coaching and succession planning. She created the HIP technique, which is a tool that identifies the holistic journey of health and wellness in order to bridge the gaps to get individuals from where they are to where they need to be. Prakriti is a certified counselor, a clinical hypnotherapist, a regression therapist, and an NLP practitioner. She's an innovator when it comes to mental health and wellness, having created 3 new technologies of complete healing and wellness. Her Silence Todo platform helps break the silence around mental health illness and disharmonies. She strongly advocates the marrying of technology and ancient wisdom to deliver contemporary and effective solutions. We are honored to welcome Dr. Prakriti Podar.
Please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Prakriti Podar, the Managing Trustee of Podar Foundation. A big round of applause, my friends. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello. Namaskar. Can everybody at the back hear me? Great. I want to first take this opportunity to thank everybody that's encouraged me to come here, especially Sri Nanak ji, who is also a doctor but never uses it. So thank you, Nanak ji, for actually encouraging me on this platform, and for Rahul Karaji, who's actually believed in the fact that I should be here and talk to the students of MIT WPU in this global summit. But more importantly, I want to take a minute to thank Dr. Vishwanath ji. I've been a big fan of his teachings, and you've seen a lot of the books that he's written, and he walks the talk of inclusion. He doesn't just speak like a lot of people who go out there, they just speak. He's actually walked it. And I'm honored and humbled to be part of this great experience in transforming the university into a peace university. So thank you so much. But as you know, no transformation is possible without challenges. And no transformation is complete without hurdles. And our professors here have actually disrobed their entire belief system and training processes and taken on a new robe where they've converted themselves from just professors to professors and gurus who now transcend that knowledge and provide you the platform of non-judgment where you can actually question existential beliefs. You can question yourselves. You can question your thoughts. You can question society. And this truly makes for an awakened citizen. And when there is an awakened citizen who is walking through the lens of peace, who is looking at a value-based system of understanding, he is bound to bring about peace in mankind. So I'd like you to actually congratulate each other for being here, because without you being here, we do not have future leaders who will take our teachings and convert it into building a society which is harmonious and peaceful. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you. So our goal really is what I've termed in a very short format is HAL, which is harmony, action, and love, not just for yourself and obviously your crush, but for mankind. Because we often limit our understanding of peace only to ourselves. But unless we transform that into society and create ripples of society who believe in harmony, action, and love, we cannot create peace. I want you to repeat the 3 key words. H for harmony. A for somebody is listening. L for not just for yourself, but for everybody else around you. It has been said, and I will quote, "Since wars begin in the mind of men, it is in the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be constructed." And that is exactly what this university is doing. We're not trying to do it, we're doing it. We're not trying to talk it, we're doing it, we're talking it, we're moving forward with this. And we have a clear focus and a clear mission that once our students leave this campus, they go into any job, any entrepreneurship, any social inclusion work, and they create peace because they are the torchbearers of peace. Peace. Peace is a word that everybody uses. So let me break that down as well. P is for perception. It is your perception of the world. It is your perception of yourself. It is your perception of your neighbor. The E is exploration. Without exploration, there is no search. There is no realization of truth. So your E is your exploration. Your A, as I've mentioned before, is action. Action, because peace is not silent. Yes, of course, it starts with silence and hearing your own voice, but creation of peace is not silent. C is a commitment to this program for yourself, not only when you're here, but in life. Being committed to peace and being, the last one is E, of course, which is engaged citizenship. Without engaged citizenship, we cannot create change. And we know the world out there is not harmonious. And we know that the world out there is not living in peace. And we know that there are certain peace builders, who I call light workers, but there has to be many, many more. And each one of you will take this program to move it into your homes, move it into your communities, and move it into society. So you are not the only people getting affected. So thank you very much for being here, because I understand the change that this is going to create, not only in you, but in people around you. My topic, of course, for the day is well-being, and it's through arts, music, and yoga. How many of you children have started doing yoga in this program? Almost all of you, which is great. I'm going to come back to yoga, but I want to start with the subtlest. The subtlest form is music. We hear sound in our mother's wombs. We hear sound before we recognize sound. So in the Western world, they have done a lot of research on classical Western music and the way in which it impacts us. And we recognize that. But do we recognize the fact that our mantras are created on a meter, and though that meter is the journey to actually changing the way in which we function. When you feel lost, when you feel a little bit undernourished in your ability inside, you need to turn to tools. And those tools are music, art, and yoga. So with music, with the mantras, or whatever mantra that may be, because people talk about guided meditation, they talk about chanting, they talk about giving yourself a keynote and utilizing that regularly. It can be anything, but said in a tone, it creates changes in your frequency, which allows you to function better. So use music as a tool for therapy. Of course, the idea is to bring about an understanding of the Western philosophy, science, medicine, and what their research is, but bearing and shedding light onto the fact that our ancient Indian heritage has always provided that platform. Our gurus had this intuition, and therefore mantras started way before any research on classical music. The reason I want to highlight this is because I know the youth of today finds it very difficult to understand the concept of our ancient heritage, but I want to bring it back for you. So let's move on to yoga. Everybody has been utilizing yoga in the West. They've been utilizing it for blood pressure. They actually give it as a medicine. It's prescribed. In fact, in Pune, we have a research center that talks about the fact that you can actually use yoga to harness your parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system. But I'm not going to get into details. I'll lose you guys. So let me just bring you back to the fact that in our old heritage, the body is a yantra. A yantra is a vehicle. And our gurus and our ancient leaders ancient preachers have all known that the body is just a vehicle to get us from point A to point B. And point B is enlightenment, which is not achieved without peace. So therefore, the yantra, the ancient heritage and the identity of the yoga, which creates flexibility in our mind and body, is the next step forward. So from the subtlest, which is sound, to the body, we move into art. You know, I do have a practice where I heal people through music, art, and therapy. And art therapy has been utilized especially by people who find that they're at loss of words. So sometimes they're unable to cognitively describe the pain that they go through. And art comes in as that form. But even when you study art, you are not just studying the picture, but you're going into the mindset of the creator, because it is that mindset that allows you to connect with humans. So when we teach this program at MIT WPU, we bring to you the concepts of understanding human nature first of yourself and then of the other, through arts, through music, through yoga. And I hope that all of you will be focused on allowing for this program and not constantly question, why have we decided to put these modules in? Because these modules are essential. It's essential to your understanding of peace. I want to end by saying that this knowledge that we will share is only knowledge unless you start using it. We need the values to be used. We need you to use this in your everyday life and translate this wisdom which all your gurus, your gurukuls are going to be giving you, where you can actually get to know yourself. So in deep gratitude to this heritage, to this history, to the history of not only this prestigious platform, but also in deep gratitude to India, to the spiritual knowledge that we have, in true alignment of the spirit through which we come, I'd like you all to stand up for a minute. Please stand up. At the back, please stand up. And congratulate your peers, your parents who've initiated the fact that you can even be here yourselves, and the fact that all your stars have aligned to be the perpetrators of this peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again, a big round of applause for Dr. Prakriti Poddar. Thank you very much for a wonderful speech. And yes, we have the chief guest of this particular session, Honorable Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, Padma Bhushan Award recipient and Chancellor of Nalanda University, father of Param supercomputer and eminent scientist among us. I would request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar sir. A big round of applause for the father of Param supercomputer. A big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I would now request my technical team to kindly relay a film on the President and CEO of Utah Technology Council, Dr. Richard R. Nielsen.
Dr. Richard Nelson is a founder of Utah Technology Council, UTC, and also has been its president and chief executive officer since 1999. He has held responsible industry positions including managing director of a successful merger and acquisition intermediary firm, co-founder and executive vice president of Dana Communications, national finance administrator for the Reagan for President National Campaign staff, and a successful marketing representative for an IBM developed company. He is on a number of boards, including the Executive Committee of the Council of Regional Information Technology Associations. Dr. Nelson is a member of the Board of Utah Fund of Funds. He currently serves on the following boards: Board of Governors, Salt Lake Chamber of Commerce, Economic Development Corporation of Utah Board, and Technology Entrepreneur Advisory Board, Westminster College. Dr. Nelson has an MBA from Northwestern University in Marketing and Finance and a BS degree from Brigham Young University. We are honored to welcome Dr. Richard Nelson.
Please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Richard Nielsen.
You'll want me to set my timer, I'm sure. Mary Pari Dosta, my brothers and sisters, and I feel that very deeply. This is my second opportunity to be in Pune. I came 10 years ago with Governor Huntsman, who's now the ambassador of the United States to Russia. It's a great privilege to be an invited guest of my highly valued and esteemed friend, Dr. Karad, and his son, Raul Karad, the executive president of this new university, especially on this occasion of celebration of your university status as a private university. When Dr. Karad visited Salt Lake City, Utah 2 years ago, we immediately had a spiritual experience upon meeting. This immediately created a trusted bond of friendship, which has only deepened since. This started with all because of and my relationship with my mentor and one of my most admired friends, Dr. Ashok Joshi, who's here on the stand. Whose life and actions have inspired me and thousands of others in the United States and specifically in Utah for the past 33 years. Taught me about Mahatma Gandhi 10 years ago, the great soul. In a similar way, Ashok, after visiting the village of Wai yesterday, truly is a great soul, too. When meeting with his longtime engineering friend here in Pune, Dr. Karad, discussing Dr. Karad's vision here at the university to bring science and spirituality together to create unity and peace. Ashok was inquired and asked the following. He said, "So tell me about your World Peace Center." And he said, he talked about the world's religious leaders that headed that. And then Ashok, having lived in a culture far away from here, close to California, ask a question. So how are you going to bring about world peace if you don't have a Mormon or a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints? And that ties into our World Peace Prize tomorrow on the council. Well, that started in Dr. Karad a deep study of that church, more importantly, that faith, and what it means. As I briefed Michael Nobel this morning on what the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is all about, and this esteemed guest, Elder Christofferson, an apostle in our church, he said it's all about four things that he's receiving this award. Number one, global humanitarian work. It's real action. Number two, it's embracing the refugees of the world and using its resources to alleviate poverty and find some sense of sanity in their lives. Number three, it's all about an honor code, which you have and we have, and there's so little differences if we really look at it the way Dr. Karad and you have come together at this private university. And it's all about, and then finally, and most importantly from my perspective, it's all about the family. If I was to give advice, I haven't been asked here, but I'll give you two pieces of advice. One on attending here at the university. I have some specifics on this. Get the most out of it, especially when you're here at a university that values and embraces spirituality. That is very, very different, as you know. I went to such a university in the United States. It's called Brigham Young University. It's sponsored by this organization I've been referring to. It has similar values about spirituality and science. So let me share some insights on from maybe the most change embracing economists in the world. Who's a distinguished author. He's an economist. He's won 2 Pulitzer Prizes. He's changed the world the way we think. If you want to know what the future looks like, you read and look forward to seeing what Thomas Friedman has shared. His first book was all about the world is flat. It was about your country and our country and the European Union and how that fundamentally changed in 2007 when he brought these insights out. That it was no longer a world with distance. It had changed fundamentally because of the cables here and because transatlantic cables. He recently wrote a book called, and it fits into our yoga experience this morning or this afternoon, called Thank You for Being Late. Again, giving us pause. Took him a number of years to write this. He steps back and looks at life. But it gives you permission to pause in your life, especially our hectic lives. He talks about 3 accelerators as he studied the global changes that were reshaping the world. And he really summarized them in 3 areas. Number 1, Moore's Law. We all should know about Moore's Law, 1965, Intel, CEO. Every 24 months, technology will double. It's all about the power of the exponential. The second reshaping trend in the world is today, the globe is digital. You know that. But did you know in 2007, according to his research, that was the inflection point. That was the change. Did you know that Steve Jobs unveiled the iPhone that year? Facebook opened its platform. Twitter went global. And there are about 8 other major changes just in that 1 year, more than any other year in changes in the last couple of decades. It's been the most important inflection point with technology that 1 year, with all of those platforms, changes, social media, he says, since the Gutenberg printing press. I had some slides. I took those out. I have an association with hundreds of members representing 6,000 technology companies in Utah. I also co-founded an organization in North America with 50 other like organizations. I was the founding chairman of that. And the slides show three photographs. One is of a number of CEOs that we've brought to Utah, 12 in the last 12 years, all top global CEOs. Jeff Bezos and Mark Benioff. The second slide shows last year to celebrate what's going on in Utah, one of the hottest technology places in the United States. And it's a small area. It's much like Pune here. But the second one shows Tim Cook. came and helped us celebrate our technology community in Utah. The third one, and the important reason I bring this up, is this year we have a Change the World CEO from Microsoft. His name's Satya Nadella. 49 years old. He came from a rural community here in India. This is the second Indian CEO that we've brought in the last 6 years. Your CEOs, your IP, your intelligence, your drive for excellence is making a difference. I got to give a thank you. And then the last point is you need to be radically entrepreneurial. Everyone is moving to cyberspace, you know that. We're all connected, but no one is in charge. Think about that in our effort to unite spirituality and science. Everyone must be entrepreneurial, according to Tom Friedman. Then he shares a short story about when I got out of college, I had to find a job. When my 2 girls got out of college recently, they have to invent their job, just like you will and are. Very different world. Then his final advice overall is think like a new immigrant and stay hungry. Do your job so well each day you want to carve your initials in it. I wish I'd heard that advice when I was going to my university many years ago. Then he uses an equation. High passion and high curiosity are much more important than IQ. Always reinvent yourselves as you're not a finished product. That really ties into the spiritual aspect. And with that, I'll conclude with one advice that yields great unintended dividends, consequences, is trusted relationships are everything. And especially when you add the spiritual and real and live component to that. Look at the unintended consequences of my friendship with Ashok Joshi over the last decade. When you extend yourself, as Ashok has, and we had many, many discussions, and we're very close. The same with Dr. Karad. Very unintended consequence, coming to the United States, but really finding we had so much more in common, as you'll hear more tomorrow from Elder Christofferson. Unifying is always the highest and best way to create change that scales. We can talk about these principles, but if you want to do something real that scales, you really have to unite. We have fundamentally changed our economy in our state so that it, like I said, our industry has made it the most dynamic state in the country, all 50 states. And it's all about uniting one's voice and changing these complex fundamentals that people say that aren't changeable, that are too complex. You can change them, and that's really what Dr. Karad and your vision is here. And I applaud that greatly and would love to stay involved with it. Finally, on the spiritual note, what else is more important than those that we love? I love your grand families. I love your joint families. Unifying to make unity and peace and spirituality and science work on a scalable, real level. It's all about uniting one thread or one area. And I would recommend, and you know this already, it's all about our families. If we could unite our families, that would make a difference and would start the change. Being united in at least one cause that matters in your life, especially with our spirituality and real relationship with God, that makes all the difference in a life worth living. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Dr. Richard Nielsen. Thank you, sir. And it's my privilege and honor to introduce you to the next speaker of the day. He's an executive director of Technology Holdings, Salt Lake City. He's basically a serial entrepreneur and he holds more than 100 patents in his name. He's the former president and CEO of Ceramic Incorporate. He is on the advisory board of the president of Westminster College. He's the board member of Industry Research Institute of Washington, D.C. He's the recipient of the Utah Governor's Medal for Scientific and Technology and Industrial Research Institute Achievement Award. And most importantly, he's the Asian of the Year Award holder of the Utah Chamber of Commerce. Please welcome, with a big round of applause, Dr. Ashok Joshi.
Thank you very much. I didn't know that you are going to introduce me like this. To be honest with you, I actually forced myself here. You see, there is no even name there. I forced myself. The reason I forced is I am a good friend of Dr. Karad, Vishwanath Karad. I am his classmate. So I forced myself here. But I tell you, I'm nobody. I am very much well known for being the nephew of my uncle, who is Tarkatirtha Lakshman Shastri Joshi. And Tarkatirtha was the embodiment of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, because that's what we are talking about here. Vasudeva Kutumbakam, he had such a big impact on us that all my 50 family members in United States are all colors, all religions. My daughter married to a black American. My son married to Jewish American. I have, you name the religion, you name the color, and I have that one in my family, close family. We get together every year or other year and celebrate Vasudeva Kutumbakam. But the journey for this Brahmin Joshi is very hard considering the Indian society in Salt Lake City. Very hard for anybody, even my friend, other day I was talking to him, and he had, this is an American white friend, he had a family reunion, and I was talking to him, so he said that we get together about 100 people, and we enjoy. I said, tell me about your family. And I said, you are not an American. I am American, you are not. He said, why are you saying that? I said, I follow Vasudeva Kutumbakam because that is the fundamental core principle of America. And that is very important. I want to say many things. I have only given 3 minutes, and I'm just going to walk away from this because I really don't belong here. I'm a very small man. I'm not a big man, but I just wanted to share this. Later on, I'm going to come and talk to MIT students how this transformation can be achieved. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. His true introduction would be, he's the person who was instrumental in bringing Elder D. Todd Christopher's son, sir. Please give him once again a big round of applause. Thank you very much. I would now request my technical team to kindly relay a small film on the Indo-American Grammy Award winner, composer and music producer, Mr. Ricky Cage.
Mr. Ricky Cage is a dentist turned Indo-American composer and music producer. Mr. Ricky has been a music lover right from his childhood. Completing education from Bangalore, he started his career as a keyboard artist. His passion for music was always intact and he was not happy with what he was doing. Mr. Ricky became a full-time composer and set up his own studio. Mr. Ricky's album, Shanti Samsara, the world music for environment consciousness, was launched at Conference of Parties 21, the 2015 United Nations Climate Change Conference by the Indian Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi. He was invited to give an exclusive performance for the President of India, Mr. Pranab Mukherjee, in Bengaluru in 2015. Mr. Ricky was a featured artist during the week-long celebrations as part of the 11th Zone Music Reporter Annual Music Awards and Gala celebration in New Orleans, Los Angeles. Mr. Ricky performed at United Nations General Assembly too. He also presented the Gala Shanti Samsara live at Bangalore Palace. Mr. Ricky composed the music for the 2011 Cricket World Cup opening ceremony at Dhaka. Mr. Ricky is the first musical ambassador from India for the Project Peace on Earth, a Los Angeles-based organization whose aim is to help children who are living in extreme poverty. Mr. Ricky is the trustee and founding member of the M.A. Jolly Music Trust. We are honored to welcome Mr. Ricky Cage.
Please put your hands together and welcome Sri Ricky Cage.
Yeah, mic is fine. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry, my foot has gone to sleep, so I was limping on my way to the microphone. Namaste, everyone. Okay, I know you're waiting for your lunch. You can do better than that. Namaste, everyone. Yeah, that's much better. Now, I cannot begin to describe what an absolute honor it is for me to be at this amazing event. I mean, the passion that MIT and, of course, the amazing dynamic duo, the father and son duo, I mean, that the kind of passion that they have for making this world a better place is absolutely electrifying. Every time I enter this campus, I am inspired and I'm very grateful to that. So thank you so much. A big round of applause to you people at MIT. It's pretty obvious from today's talks and from the dignitaries' speeches that science, religion, technology, and spirituality, everything that makes us human, needs to come together to make this world a better place. Now, ever since I remember, I've always been a musician. When I was much younger, when I was a child, while all my classmates were very fascinated by television, by watching cartoons, for me, my ears were always more important than my eyes. I was always fascinated by my music system. I would listen to a whole lot of music. I would try to decipher who the musicians were in every piece of music that I would listen to. Through that, I would try to figure out what kind of cultures they came from, what kind of backgrounds they came from, what are they trying to signify. And it was through my music that I fell in love with our natural world. I found a very deep connection between music and nature. Because at the end of the day, music did start as nature sounds. All musical instruments were created, at least in the beginning, from materials that were found within nature. I was a very weird child while growing up because I felt that I was more comfortable or I preferred to hang around more with animals rather than with humans. And I would look at animals, I would look at even animals like, so-called scary animals like snakes, like lizards, like even rodents, and I would look into their eyes and I would see personality in every single animal. And that's where I realized that I'm going to be a lifelong conservationist and an environmentalist. Now, after 17 years of being a professional musician, after releasing over 14 albums, I won the Grammy Award. And after winning the Grammy Award, our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, he invited my wife and me for a private meeting at his office. Now, of course, with 1.3 billion people in India, I was incredibly honored by this invitation. What I thought was going to be a 10-minute photo op ceremony where, congratulations, let's take a picture. It turned out to be an hour-long philosophical discussion where our Honorable Prime Minister, He kept telling me that you're a conservationist, you're a musician. Why are you leading these two separate lives? Why don't you bring both these lives together and lead one life and walk the talk, make your art about the environment, make your art also about conservation? This was the push I needed, and our Prime Minister realized that there needs to be a true multidisciplinary approach, and that's the only way to solve our global problems. Artists, scientists, religions, spiritualists, politicians, everybody needs to come together to find solutions. So I went ahead and I made this album called Shanti Samsara. It's my epic album for environmental consciousness. The album featured over 500 musicians from 40 countries. Our Honorable Prime Minister launched this album at the Climate Change Conference in Paris, and I went on to performing this album 2 times at the United Nations headquarters in New York. So I would just like to play you a short video to showcase what the album is about. Climate change is absolutely real. Climate change is human-induced. Climate change is affecting all of us, and our actions are affecting countries on the other side of the world. Hi everyone, Maori, Namaste. I'm Ricky Cage, and today I'm in the spectacularly beautiful island country of Kiribati. Kiribati is suffering the most catastrophic effects of climate change. Let me show you this village which I'm standing in. It's a village that used to be thriving, it had a population, it had a beautiful culture. And let me show you what it is reduced to now because of man-made climate change. Take a look.
Wake up, people, let's seize the day. A time to take a stand for the earth. All of us, we're gonna make a way. One song, one song, one song. Reach out, let us join hands and sing this love song. One song, one song, one song. Reach out, let us join hands and sing this love song.
Now, rivers are the seats of civilization. Everybody knows that. All major civilizations around the world have been built around rivers, and rivers need to be protected now. One of the greatest rivers on earth, as we all know, is our own River Ganga, the River Ganges. Now, a statistic that is very fascinating about the River Ganges is that it nourishes over one-tenth of the world's population. Now, the River Ganga, I'm going to repeat, the River Ganga nourishes over one-tenth of the world's population. It is a symbol of spirituality, purity, and life. Now, what I did was that I created a strong dedication through music to the River Ganga, because we need to protect it. Now, here is a true example of a multidisciplinary approach. Scientists and environmentalists brought to our notice that there is a problem with the River Ganga, in the sense that it's polluted, it's drying up, whatnot. Spiritual leaders told us, and have been telling us from time immemorial, that the river Ganga needs to be revered. It is a mother, it is a mother Ganga. It has been personified from time immemorial by spiritual leaders. I, as an artist, wanted to create awareness on this. I wanted people, especially the younger generation, to fall in love with the river Ganga all over again, and through that love, protect this river. So here I'm going to show you a short clip on what I did with the river Ganga, showcasing the flow of the river right from where it is born, where the river Ganga, where she is born rather, where the river Ganga is born in the Himalayas, showcasing its entire flow, all the way to where she empties out into the Bay of Bengal. Here is my tribute to the river Ganga, sung by Shankar Mahadevan.
तत्र त्रिपथगा दिव्या शीततोया शैवला भगवती गंगे त्रिभुवन तारिणी तरल तरंगे देवी सुरेश्वरी भगवती गंगे त्रिभुवन तारिणी तरल तरंगे शंकर मौली विहारिणी विमले मम मदिरास्तां तव पद कमले अलकानंदे परमानंदे कुरु करुणामय कातरवङ्गे तव तटनिकटे यस्य निवासः खलु वैकुण्ठे तस्य निवासः
So how many of you students over here fell in love with the river Ganga all over again after watching that? Fantastic. So this is the power of art, this is the power of spirituality, this is the power of science. Now, to conclude, I would like to say that when we speak about coexistence and peace, it is only between various parts of the human race, it's between various cultures, various religions, but we are only confining ourselves to the human race. True coexistence is living peacefully and in harmony with every single living or non-living entity in this world. I repeat, true coexistence is living peacefully and in harmony with every single entity in this world, whether it is living or non-living, whether animate or inanimate. Mahatma Gandhi, in fact, our father of the nation, since he's been quoted plenty of times today, Mahatma Gandhi, our father of the nation, said that there is the divine in every single atom of this world, whether animate or inanimate. Now, we are humans at the end of the day. We have our flaws. And we as the human race, only protect things that we love. We only protect things that we love. We only love things that we understand. So I have made it my mission as an artist to make everyone fall in love with our natural world and biodiversity, and through that love, learn to protect and learn to sustain. If biodiversity is a measure of the wealth of a country, then we have to be very, very proud that India is the wealthiest nation in this world. Am I going to get any cheers for that? If biodiversity is a measure of the wealth of a nation, then India is the richest country in the world. So I created an instrumental version of our national anthem, which I had played in January this year on this very stage. Now I have completely revamped it. So I wanted to play you the new version. Now the thing is that whenever you do an instrumental version or a version of any national anthem of any country, what do you see in the video? You see a whole lot of celebrities, you see a whole lot of actors and politicians in the video. What I decided to do was to showcase the true citizens of India. Now, who are the true citizens of India? The true citizens of India are the wildlife and the forests, because the wildlife and the forests have existed on our land long before any humans ever set foot in this country. So, filmed by our team all over India, please rise for the national anthem. Love, protect, conserve, and sustain. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Once again, a big round of applause for Ricky Cage for a wonderful film that he has made on our national anthem. A big round of applause, my friends. Please settle down, everyone. As we continue our journey this session, let me just quickly remind you that the next session, of course, we are left with this session, but then the next session we are going to have equally powerful with the topic of philosophies of religions, how similar, how different in the view of international terrorism. And we have a huge panel of guests that we are going to have. I would like to proceed with the most important speech of this particular session, the presidential address of Honorable Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar sir, the Padma Bhushan Award recipient, Chancellor of Nalanda University and father of Param supercomputer and eminent scientist. But before I do that, I would request my technical team to kindly relay a film.
A scientist, philosopher, educator, educationist, author, articulator, thinker and thought leader, researcher and innovator. Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar is one of the internationally acknowledged scientists and an eminent IT leader of India. Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar developed the first Indian supercomputer, the Param 8000. He is a Padma Shri as well as Padma Bhushan awardee. He also received the Sant Jnaneshwar World Peace Prize from the World Peace Center for promoting synthesis of science and spirituality in the service of humanity. He is among the star pioneers who shaped India's IT industry with supercomputing capability, capacity, and infrastructure as its crowning glory. Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar is the Chairman of Board of Governors of IIT Delhi, Chairman of FTH Research Lab, Founder Chancellor and Chief Mentor of Multiversity, National President of Vijana Bharati, a people's science movement of over 6,000 scientists across India. He has authored and edited over 12 books and 80 technical and research papers. Currently, he is working on exascale supercomputing. Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar is also widely known for bringing the technology covering India's 22 official regional languages with 10 diverse scripts. He also initiated Education to Home that brought e-learning to school education, which changed the dimensions of conventional Indian education system. We are honored to welcome Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar.
Please put your hands together and welcome Honorable Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, sir.
Honorable and distinguished dais, and my dear students, before I begin, I would like to offer my appreciation from the very core of my heart what Ricky presented before us. I was waiting for the day when we will see the integration of diverse facets of human life. Like, can we bring mathematics, music, and mysticism in the same breath? Can scientists, engineers, and technologists be exposed to the splendor of life, the splendor of environment, ecology? Because then alone, I think we will have a fullest view of the world in which we live. What does the education do? What does the education do? Education is for our for transformation. If you see this, the new university theme, that new university of World Peace University, MIT World Peace University, is about the transformation of students and aspiring learners. But this transformation can alone occur when we see a fuller view of the world. And that's what we have not seen in the last several centuries. Of course, we pursued to understand the nature of reality, and we have different views. I become engineer because I study engineering. I become technologist because I study technology. I become mathematician because I try to understand mathematics. I become physicist, astronomer, because I have that worldview. For long, not only in India, but across the world, in order to understand the nature of this universe, this world, and the human endeavors, we try to divide different fields into different specializations. And then we have very narrow views of the world. Most of the, I think this has been a great triumph of the human intellect, but also it has been a big problem because of these divisions that we have created. Divisions across countries, divisions across religions, divisions across fields. And in this session we talked about the major division which we have got, which we have created, is the division between science and spirituality. Rahul, I never thought that so early, when I was what I experienced in my scientific career, scientific life, scientific pursuits, is that we can talk in the same breath, on the same platform, these two subjects, or these two different views together. I remember in the conferences of any scientific conferences, if you talk about religion, or if you talk about mysticism, if you talk about spirituality, you are almost think like they do in the religion, you are castigated. I am very happy. It is on this conference, it is in this campus, Professor Vishwanath Karad, who started speaking about it. And then you see that what Swami Vivekananda initiated, it is the union of science and spirituality alone which can bring peace and harmony across the world. Why peace is important? I want to say that the peace is very important for everybody, for the next generation who are going to live in the 21st century and beyond. This one. Because we are on the brink of war always. If you study history, the world history is full of study of wars, kings and wars across the last century. If you see how many wars we have seen, one after another, the bloodiest century, the most violent century, where a large portion of the world was butchered. This one kind of thing. Many of the revolutions which occurred in different countries have been massacring people across the world. It is therefore the peace is important. What was missing? Scientific knowledge was advancing. There were great scientific breakthroughs. But what was missing is because we didn't have that integrated view. It is here, therefore, again we are echoing this view of science and spirituality. And it is only that synthesis can bring us together. But there is much misunderstanding. We don't understand this world of even science, even technology. Fundamentally, we don't understand. What is science? The foundations of science we don't understand. Of course, we don't understand spirituality at all. Why we are talking about spirituality at all? This one. So, there is an underlying thing like that. The message, Rahul, I would say that it is the only platform I have seen, engineering, technology, this one, where we are formally trying to bring it together without any hesitation. This one kind of thing. And our even international, the great experts, I saw Richard, I heard Richard Nelson and many other people in this campus, the people, so the great scientists, Westerners, Professor Ashok Joshi were talking. Bringing this together is a great thing, I feel, and this is the message we want to give it to the world. But this message, I want to tell the young students, cannot be understood if we cannot understand what truly science means, what truly knowledge, how to apprehend the knowledge, what is cognition. And science, if we talk about valid knowledge, what do we mean by valid knowledge? What are the instruments of knowledge? What is the test of validity of knowledge? We have to understand that whole phenomenon. I would like the young students to spend time on this. You are studying, I know I also studied science, engineering, different aspects of electronics, computing, everything, all that kind of thing, without understanding whether my knowledge which I am acquiring is valid or not, and how valid it is, within what limits it is valid. These are all to be understood. I feel that this university, like your students of second, third, fourth year of engineering, I think we should take a pause and ask your question that let me first understand what is the nature of knowledge, what is the nature of information we are talking about, on what valid principles it is based on. I would like to report to you that when I went into the search of this one validity of knowledge, I searched in our darshanas, in our Vedas, how it was. This subject was, as Professor Dr. Ashok Joshi told us, Tarka Tirtha Lakshman Shastri Joshi, Tarka Tirtha Lakshman Shastri Joshi has examined this in deep, this one. Validity of knowledge, inference, logic. We don't teach logic. We don't teach fundamental mathematics in our engineering courses. Only applied mathematics we teach somewhere and we try to understand. I would say that this is I think once we understand those principles, we start understanding the scientific principle. What are the instruments of knowledge? in Sanskrit or Hindi and Marathi, what you'll see, pratyaksha. The direct perception is one instrument from our eyes, from all five instruments of knowledge which you got, our vision, our taste, our touch, our smell, all that kind of thing, five instruments of knowledge. But is that valid knowledge? If I see this image, is it a valid image? If I see that sky is blue, is the sky blue? If I feel that earth is flat, is it really flat? So does the direct perception give me a valid knowledge? And when, under what condition it gives? That is the fundamental questions to be asked. Have you heard? If I heard something, if I am not hearing, does it mean that that noise or that sound is not there? Right here, I think thousands of millions of waves are flowing, but I don't hear them. Does it mean that it doesn't exist? So there are many fundamental questions we need to see. This is called epistemological studies and logic studies. Beyond that, inference, that whole logic. Beyond that is the language. Language, the linguistic understanding, because knowledge is transferred across language. Beyond that, we create images. Beyond that, we try to imagine things certain like that. Beyond that, we see the absence of these things. Many things, as I said, does it mean that something is absent or not? So there are 6 pramanas on which the whole thing is based on. And the knowledge which I acquire and understood or apprehended is called science. And the laws of science. This we need to study at a very basic level. When you come to spirituality, most of us do not understand what is spirituality. In the same breath when we talk, friends, there are spirituality is what Saint Dhaneshwar wonderfully defined. Science is the knowledge of this phenomenal world. What all you see, including music, like what Ricky was playing, that also is a science. Not that physics, chemistry, biology is a science. Science is everything. The dance forms are science. Language is science. We must understand. And there are 2 things. Valid knowledge and not valid knowledge. 2 aspects of it. As far as spirituality is concerned, the question, fundamental question, which the quantum mechanics asked for, and it was because of the arrival of quantum mechanics in the last century, we started looking at it in a very different way. This kind of thing. Who is trying to ask that question? Who is trying to know? Who is trying to understand? Do I understand? Who is that? Who is that who is trying to understand? What is the nature of that? What we call as Atma, or what is called as spirit, and that's why that whole thing of the spirituality has come. Our knowledge so far means the modern science has been half knowledge. We try to understand everything outside us, but you do not understand. Who is asking this question? Why, where from I have come? Where am I going? What these fundamental questions of life we have never tried to understand, and nobody made us understand. This is about spirituality. What we talk about the inner science, the inner engineering that Sadhguru talks about it, inner engineering. I think the time has come. We understand both. We understand both, and as we know, half knowledge is very dangerous. Why we have come to the brink in this century, and some people talk about that this may be the last century for humanity. The violence which has occurred on nature, as I think Ricky has brought to her very vividly, this one, no, it is because of that half knowledge. That I seen, I pursued, the nature, the environment is not my part. I can exploit it or nothing. And the message which was given to us that the environment or the external world which I see is nothing but me itself. The quantum mechanics view, or the Vedic view, that nothing. The world, I create the world. What I see, what I feel, what I emote is only myself, my own projection. I think this is the view. If the new universities are to be created, I'm extremely happy that nothing, we have to change this worldview. Like science changed our worldview. So friends, I'm personally happy and very satisfied that you are trying to at least listen to these words. You are understanding these views. You are learning these diverse views of putting it together and give a more complete, more beautiful, and more holistic view of the world in which you become the great citizens for creating a beautiful world ahead. So my congratulations to this new university and wish you all the best. And with this knowledge, I think you have to create new discoveries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Honorable Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, sir. Thank you. As I was sharing with you that the sessions that are coming up are really important, and in the next session we are going to discuss the philosophies of religions, how similar and how different in the view of international terrorism. In this session, we are going to have really important people on stage. Honorable Narendra Goidani ji, the Director of Life School, Pune; Swami Agnivesh ji, the Arya Samaj scholar, social thinker and philosopher; Professor Jane Kling; Maulana Muhammad Madani; Shri Rajan Nawani, and there are so many important people that are going to be here with us. Well, we are having a very pictorious moment. Thank you. Well, let me share with you, everyone, that after the next session, which will be, I request all the teaching and non-teaching staff of all the institutes of MIT Group of Institutions to join here back after the lunch break. And it's really important that you all remain seated after the last session, because Honorable Executive President Sir, Shri Rahul Karad Sir, is going to address each and every one of teaching and non-teaching staff of all the institutes. The next session is going to begin at 3:15 p.m. sharp. 3:15 p.m. sharp, we will begin with the next session. Everyone is requested to remain seated and come back after the lunch break by 3:15 p.m. sharp. All the teaching and non-teaching staff would be having an address of Shri Rahul Karad Sir after the last session of the day. Thank you.
एक आसान रूप में मैं अपने 7 बिलियन भाई बहनों के चरणों में समर्पित कर रहा हूं। सबसे बड़े धर्म युद्ध महाभारत की रणभूमि कुरुक्षेत्र में अर्जुन को कुछ 5000 साल पहले दिया। ये वो वक्त था जब धर्म का बार बार उल्लंघन हुआ, परमात्मा का डर मनुष्य से निकल गया। लालच की होड़ में भाई ने भाई को मारने की कोशिश की, और यही नहीं, एक ब्याहता औरत को भरी सभा में अपने बड़ों के सामने अपमानित किया गया। इससे पहले कि मनुष्य जाति धर्मयुग से निकलकर पूर्ण रूप से कलयुग में जाती, युद्ध की रणभूमि में युद्ध से कुछ पहले परमात्मा ने गीता भगवान कृष्ण के द्वारा मनुष्य जाति के कल्याण के लिए दी। ऐसे ही जैसे कभी तुरा मोसेस को, गॉस्पेल जीसस को और कुरान प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद को दी। गीता, बाइबल, कुरान, तुरा, गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब परमात्मा द्वारा दी गई किताबें हैं, जो किसी एक धर्म के लिए नहीं बल्कि पूरी मनुष्य जाति के लिए हैं, पूरी इंसानियत के लिए हैं, सब आत्माओं के लिए हैं, क्योंकि ये आत्मा को परमात्मा के बारे में, उसकी सृष्टि के बारे में, और सबसे अहम, ये उन कायदों के बारे में समझाती है जिनका आत्मा को मनुष्य के रूप में हर हाल में पालन करना होगा, रक्षा करनी होगी। और इन्हीं कायदों की बुनियाद पे एक आत्मा को शरीर त्यागने के बाद परखा जाएगा, और इस परीक्षा से पास होने पे हमेशा के लिए इस जन्म और मृत्यु से मुक्ति मिलेगी। परमात्मा भगवत गीता में कहते हैं कि मैं ही सबकी शुरुआत हूं, मैं शुरू से भी पहले था और सब खत्म होने के बाद भी रहूंगा। सब मुझ में है और मैं सब में हूं। जो भी तुम छू सकते हो, देख सकते हो, चख सकते हो या सुन सकते हो, वो सब मैं हूं। ये नदियां, पहाड़, सूरज, ग्रहण, चांद, सितारे सब मैंने बनाए हैं। मैंने ही भगवान, शैतान, राक्षस और इंसान बनाए। मैं सर्वव्यापी हूं, सब में रहता हूं, सब में मैं हूं, मैं ही हूं। मैं ही ब्रह्मा बन के सब बनाता हूं और रुद्रा बन के सब नष्ट कर देता हूं। मैं ये सृष्टि यूं ही बनाता और तोड़ता रहूंगा, ताकि आत्माओं को मौके मिल सके इस जन्म और मृत्यु से एक दिन मोक्ष पाने को, हमेशा के लिए परमात्मा के साथ रहने को। भगवत गीता कहती है कि इस सबसे बड़ी परीक्षा के लिए परमात्मा ने प्रकृति का निर्माण 5 तत्व हवा, अग्नि, जल, पृथ्वी और ईथर से किया, जिन्हें हम छू के, चख के, सूंघ के, देख के समझ सकते हैं, पर खुद परमात्मा इन 5 इंद्रियों की समझ से बाहर है। उन्हें आत्मा इन इंद्रियों से नहीं जान सकती। आत्मा 5 इंद्रियों के साथ वैसे ही है जैसे एक लोहे का रोबोट जिसे अपने बनाने वाले का कोई पता नहीं। अर्जुन को भी परमात्मा का विराट रूप देखने के लिए भगवान कृष्ण ने दिव्य नेत्र दिए। भगवत गीता समझाती है कि आत्मा अजन्मी है, इसे कोई मार नहीं सकता, कोई जला नहीं सकता, डुबा नहीं सकता, काट नहीं सकता। लेकिन आत्मा को परमात्मा के साथ हमेशा रहने के लिए ये परीक्षा रूपी जीवन में बैठना ही पड़ेगा। इस परीक्षा के लिए परमात्मा से बिछुड़ के आत्मा को पृथ्वी पे किसी ना किसी रूप में जन्म लेना पड़ता है और 88 करोड़ जोनियों को जीने और भोगने के बाद एक आत्मा को मनुष्य का शरीर और दिमाग मिलता है, इस सबसे बड़ी मर्यादाओं की परीक्षा में बैठने के लिए। हर मनुष्य को इस पूरी परीक्षा के दौरान तरह तरह की अच्छी और बुरी भावनाओं के चक्रव्यूह में अपने ही भाई बहन या मित्रों के साथ डाला जाता है, जिसमें हर आत्मा को अपने अंदर के तामसिक और राजसिक अवगुणों से निकल के सात्विक जीवन में प्रवेश करने के मौके मिलते हैं। हमारे तामसिक गुण वो हैं जो हमारे अंदर हीन भावना पैदा करके हमें खुद को उदास और नुकसान पहुंचाते हैं, और हमारे राजसिक गुण हमें ईर्ष्यालु और लोभी बना के दूसरों के प्रति नुकसान पहुंचा सकते हैं। इस परीक्षा के दौरान हर आत्मा को तामसिक और राजसिक गुणों को खत्म करके अपने सात्विक गुणों से परिचित होना पड़ेगा। सात्विक गुण वो हैं जो आत्मा को अपने आसपास की हर चीज से जोड़े और उन्हें प्यार करना सिखाते हैं। परीक्षा के दौरान हर आत्मा को जीवन के चारों स्तंभ धर्म, अर्थ, काम और मोक्ष का ज्ञान पाके ही मुक्ति मिलती है। यही वो द्वार हैं जिन्हें समझ के ही आत्मा परमात्मा को समझ सकती है। पहला द्वार धर्म का है और शेर इसका प्रतीक है। धर्म वही है जो गीता में लिखा हुआ है, वेदों में लिखा हुआ है, गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब, बाइबल या कुरान में लिखा है। धर्म वही है जो धारण किया हुआ है, जिसे आपका दिल मानता है, जैसे झूठ नहीं बोलना, चोरी नहीं करना, भगवान का निरादर नहीं करना, दूसरों को नुकसान नहीं देना, यही सब धर्म है। और हर आत्मा को अपने जीवन काल में हर समय धर्म का पालन करना होगा और उसकी रक्षा करनी होगी। दूसरा द्वार अर्थ का है और घोड़ा इसका प्रतीक है। हर आत्मा अपने हर जीवन काल में अपने पृथ्वी पे होने का अर्थ या मूल कारण समझेगी। इस जिंदगी में भोगने वाली चीजें और रिश्तों का आनंद लेगी। अच्छा बेटा या अच्छी बेटी, अच्छा भाई या अच्छी बहन, अच्छा पति या अच्छी पत्नी बनके हर दुनियावी रिश्ते पर खरी उतरेगी और इस परीक्षा को पास करेगी। तीसरा द्वार काम का है। भगवत गीता समझाती है कि हर मनुष्य के अंदर काम, क्रोध, लोभ, मोह, अहंकार और ईर्ष्या जैसी 6 भावनाएं हमें अपने और दूसरों के प्रति नुकसान पहुंचा सकती हैं। इन भावनाओं को हर मनुष्य को हमेशा अपने नियंत्रण में रखना होगा, क्योंकि इनके बहाव में किया हुआ कोई भी काम हमारे जीवन भर की परेशानी का कारण बन सकता है। और एक आत्मा संतोष और सादगी से इन भावनाओं पे हमेशा के लिए विजय पा सकती है। चौथा स्तंभ मोक्ष का है और हाथी इसका प्रतीक है। इस परीक्षा रूपी जीवन में हर मनुष्य हर समय कुछ इच्छाएं रखता है। कुछ इच्छाएं एक ही जन्म काल में पूरी हो जाती हैं, पर कुछ अधूरी रह जाती हैं और उनके पूरा होने के लिए आत्मा को वापस पृथ्वी पे आना पड़ता है। भगवत गीता समझाती है कि हमारी इच्छाएं ही मूल कारण हैं हमारे पृथ्वी पे वापस आने का, और अगर हम कोई भी इच्छा ना रखें तो हम इस जीवन और मृत्यु से मुक्त हो सकते हैं। ये द्वार माफी का भी है। जिन्होंने आपके साथ बुरा किया उनको माफ करके, और जिनसे आपने बुरा किया उनसे माफी मांग के मुक्ति पाई जा सकती है। जब तक आत्मा इन चारों दरवाजों धर्म, अर्थ, काम और मोक्ष को समझ नहीं लेती, तब तक आत्मा को बार बार इस मनुष्य रूप में आना ही पड़ेगा। परीक्षा का समय खत्म होते ही आत्मा शरीर और अन्य सब वस्तुओं का त्याग कर देती है। जो भी संसार में रहकर बनाया वो अब किसी और का होगा, और आत्मा अपने कर्मों के फैसले के लिए चली जाती है। आत्मा के अच्छे बुरे कर्मों का हिसाब होता है। अपने अच्छे कर्मों के लिए आत्मा कुछ वक्त के लिए स्वर्ग और दुष्कर्मों के लिए नरक में चले जाती है। नरक में आत्मा को अपने पापों के अनुकूल सजाएं मिलती हैं, पर सजा खत्म होने के बाद आत्मा को फिर से एक नया शरीर और नया दिमाग मिलता है इस परीक्षा में फिर से बैठने के लिए। और हर परीक्षा में वही सब फिर दोहराया जाएगा, जिंदगी के 4 स्तंभ धर्म, अर्थ, काम और मोक्ष को समझने के लिए। हर जन्म में अपने कई जन्मों के कर्मों के हिसाब से हर आत्मा को कभी अच्छे और कभी बुरे हालातों से जाना पड़ता है। लेकिन जब तक आत्मा परमात्मा के साथ योग को नहीं समझ लेती, वो मुक्ति नहीं पा सकती। भगवत गीता समझाती है कि मनुष्य अपने शरीर, दिमाग या दिल से भगवान को पा सकता है। शरीर द्वारा किए कर्मों के माध्यम से परमात्मा को पाने को कर्म योग कहते हैं। ऐसे कर्म जो परमात्मा की इच्छा से हों और दूसरों के कल्याण के लिए हों। वाल्मीकि ने रामायण लिख के, श्रवण ने अपने माता पिता की सेवा और उन्हें 4 धाम की यात्रा करवा के, मदर टेरेसा ने अपने प्यार और सेवा के माध्यम से, और मैडम क्यूरी ने वैज्ञानिक खोज में अपने जीवन का बलिदान देके अपने कर्मों द्वारा परमात्मा को पाया। भगवत गीता समझाती है कि एक आत्मा दिमाग से भी परमात्मा के साथ योग लगा सकती है। इसे राजा योग कहते हैं, क्योंकि दिमाग या मस्तिष्क सब इंद्रियों का राजा है। एक मनुष्य अपनी आस्था, सांस प्रणाली, आसन, अभ्यास, साधना और तपस्या से परमात्मा को इस योग के रास्ते पा लेता है। इस योग को समझने के लिए हमें अपने अंदर की एनर्जीज यानी चक्रा और कुंडलिनी को समझना पड़ेगा। आत्मा मस्तिष्क से मेडिटेशन या ध्यान लगा के परमात्मा के साथ योग लगा सकती है। शंकराचार्य, स्वामी परमहंस, स्वामी विवेकानंद और उनके जैसे कई योगी इस योग के रास्ते परमात्मा के साथ संधि लगा पाए। परमात्मा भगवत गीता में कहते हैं कि अगर किसी आत्मा को धर्म ना भी समझ आए, योग ना भी समझ आए, पर अगर वो मेरी शरण में आ जाए तो मैं उसके सारे पाप माफ कर देता हूं। परमात्मा को ऐसी पुकार के पाने को भक्ति योग कहते हैं। चैतन्य महाप्रभु, मीराबाई और भगवान हनुमान इस योग के सबसे बड़े उदाहरण हैं। लेकिन कभी आत्मा अपने होने का मूल कारण भूल के धर्म का उल्लंघन करे या पाप के रास्ते पे निकल जाए, तो उसे ठीक करने के लिए परमात्मा खुद किसी रूप में पृथ्वी पे जन्म लेते हैं। आइए श्री भगवत गीता, गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब, तुरा, बाइबल, कुरान या ऐसी किसी भी दीनी किताब को पूरा पढ़ के इस जिंदगी के असली मायने समझें और परमात्मा के साथ योग लगाएं। अगर आपने इसे पसंद किया तो इसे औरों को बांटिए, ताकि सब आत्माएं अपने यहां होने का मूल रूप समझ सकें और इस जन्म और मृत्यु से मुक्ति पाके हमेशा परमात्मा के साथ रह सकें। धन्यवाद।
is a place where extraordinary things seem commonplace. There is only one India, Mark Twain wrote, a country of 100 nations, the land of dreams and romance, the one land all desire to see. On a world tour, Twain traveled throughout India.
It activates the lumbar region of the spine in a tremendous way, strengthens the muscles along the spine, giving it a reinforcement so that as one ages, the collapsing of the spine, which causes pinching of the nerves, does not happen. And if already there's damage is setting in, the best way to regenerate your spine would be by doing Yoga Namaskar. It has all-round benefits for the entire body. Yoga Namaskar is a very simple and complete process by itself.
To practice Yoga Namaskar, you will need a light stomach condition. That is approximately 1.5 hours gap after having